I'm first, woohoo! Hello everyone. How are you doing today? Happy Monday, everyone. How's it going? It's well, no, this isn't my first stream in November. The shirt that I'm wearing right now kind of reminds me of Christmas. I was like, oh, I'm in season, sort of. I mean, this red is for both Thanksgiving and Christmas, so thank you. Figured I'd have my hair up today, sort of. Mostly up. Evil Raphis. No one's redeemed second. Evil Raphis, thank you for redeeming first. Ostrich, thank you for being here. Abtots, thank you for the lurk. Goose, hello, welcome in. Ostrich, I'm doing well. How are you doing? How was your weekend? My wee face. Hello, Abtots. How are you doing? You're supposed to be lurking. You're live right now, aren't you? You're very active for someone who's lurking. What's the opposite of wee? Wee is very small, and then like very big. What would the opposite of wee be? Is there a Scots word for large? Oh, well. It's actually not the word I was looking for. That wouldn't work in this context. I was looking for a Scots word for very active instead of not very active. Your weekend was pretty good, although college has had you really swamped. You've almost finished the last of your tests before finals. Oh, hell yeah! Well, congratulations on almost finishing the last of your tests before finals. Very active bouncin'. Well, then this is a very bouncin' lurk. Did I do anything of interest over the weekend? I don't think so. Actually, I feel like I did do something, but I can't. Okay, so I feel like it's mostly men here right now, but I saw this TikTok challenge. And I can't oh my gosh, I can't believe you know what, I could pull up my TikTok. There's this challenge that I saw where apparently, maybe actually I can't sort of show you, where apparently men can and women can't step over both legs like this with their interlocked fingers and then pull their arms around to like above their butt. And I tried it and I posted it so it's on my TikTok. I can't do it. Literally, like, I had my best friend who's a dude do it, and he was able to do it. And then I got my TMS technician to also try, and she's a woman, and she wasn't able to do it either. And so she texted me after I left, being like, yeah, I got some of my coworkers to try it, and only the dudes are able to do it. The girls all thought that it was fake until they tried it, and they said they felt humbled. That's probably the most exciting thing that happened over my weekend. Oh, I had a TikTok that went sort of, I don't know, viral isn't the right word, but I had my first TikTok go above 1K, and it jumped. It's like I've never had a TikTok go more than 800, I think, 800 views, and with this one, which is such a stupid one. It's so dumb. Of all of the ones, like, it had to be this one. It was so stupid, but it jumped straight to 3K. So that was exciting. OG Tyrant, hello, welcome in. Great, now you're gonna hurl because of the spicy gummy bear, right? One ring to rule them all. One of my rings? More like the other red bear you now see? Oh yeah. Hey, so you admit that it's red. You admit it. You called it red yourself. You admitted it. It's red. We got in an argument over the weekend because I was wearing the shirt and he said it was orange, and it's not. It's red. Because I don't like the color orange. See? It's red. You now admit it. Also, am I not muted for you right now? You are also live. Pneumatosis, hello! If you want something cool to compare between males and females, testosterone makes the pointer finger short, while a lack of testosterone makes the pointer finger the same length as the ring finger. My pointer finger is slightly shorter than my ring finger, it looks like. So does that mean that I have more testosterone than the average female? Alright, 7:16, I'll take them off, if I remember. Also, Pneumatosis, hello, welcome in. It's good to see you. The Ring of Power. Are you talking about one of my rings, or did I miss a Lord of the Rings reference? Not elf ears, but the council finds them acceptable. You can also redeem elf ears. Like, I can wear both. And I have before. Good question. No, thank you. Uh-oh. Looks like one of them fell. The necklace. Oh! Fair enough. It's not actually a ring, it's broken glass, but you can't really... I guess it would be a ring. This ring I got... specifically because it reminded me of the One Ring. Okay, need to find my other elf ear. The One Ring. Yeah, exactly. It's like a silver version of the ring. The One Ring. I bought it specifically for that reason, that I thought it looked like the One Ring. Alright, there. There, that feels a little more likely to stay. Say less. So is this a wee bit more acceptable? Having both ears? They look like maybe some sort of cat nymph, I guess. If you didn't watch it, keep doing that. Did I watch Ring of Power? No, I didn't. I think I saw a couple episodes of it, but it wasn't like... I didn't really pay attention. I feel like I barely saw enough to really count it as something that I've seen. 3D, hello, welcome in. How was everyone's weekends? Did anyone do anything interesting? Some people seem to like the Rings of Power or whatever it was called. You will hate Amazon? I mean, I don't think I care enough to hate Amazon. I think I would have to actually care. I've seen Lord of the Rings, the movies. I'm pretty sure I've seen the extended edition enough times that I can generally reference the movies, not the books. And I've read The Hobbit, but not the actual books. And I read it when I was in 7th grade, so it was a long time ago. But I would not consider myself a Lord of the Rings nerd, which means that even if it was really bad, I wouldn't be offended enough to hate Amazon. Spent most of it in the ER with your kid. He fell. He's okay. Oh no! Yeah, I'm glad he's okay. That does suck, though. It's hard to... Yeah, The Hobbit was a lot easier. For 7th grade me, I had a really high reading level at that age, but it was still like... The Hobbit was fine, and then I started to read The Lord of the Rings, and it was just like instantly more difficult. I would not consider The Hobbit a kid's book. It was still definitely... It was still definitely much denser than the Harry Potter books, which were considered... I read those... Those were considered an 8th grade reading level, and I read them when I was in 4th or 5th grade. And I would consider those infinitely easier than The Hobbit. Well, it's not about care, but they fucked up the story, poorly written, and informally told the fans to... Did they really? Did they actually say that? It's mostly about changing standards. You think The Hobbit was supposed to be... Okay. If it was supposed to be a kid's book, and it was written by someone who doesn't know how to write kids' books, then I could see how that would happen, that it ended up just being easier. But the vocabulary in it is still significantly more advanced than most young adult books. As someone who read quite a bit, quite a bit at that age, I still struggled with The Hobbit a good amount. But then I tried to read Lord of the Rings, and I just couldn't do it. I read Dragons of Pern at that age, and I barely understood what was going on. And I wasn't able to... Like, that is a... Dragons of Pern, I barely remember them because I barely understood what I was reading. But what I did understand, I liked enough that even as an adult, I think back and I'm like, man, I wish I understood what I was reading more. Because the story itself was actually really good. Sorry, every now and then I think about the Dragons of Pern and I'm like, I should try and read that again as an adult. So you jumped to Lord of the Rings immediately after, and holy crap. And holy shit, you could not get through the first few... Yeah, me neither. Exactly what happened with me. An informal way told the fans, like, yeah, cry about it, we own the copyright and we can do whatever we like. Fair enough. I can see Amazon doing something like that there. But I'm pretty sure Seeking Unemployment is a pretty big Lord of the Rings nerd, and I'm pretty sure he likes the Ring of Power. Because I feel like he watched it a couple different times. Like 15 years later, you finally actually read Lord of the Rings as soon as you heard they were making movies. It was a bloody tragedy. Maybe it wasn't completely out yet when Seeking was telling me about it. I'll have to ask what he thought of the ending. You really forced yourself through the first book? From what I understand, those books are written by someone who seemed more interesting. It reads like the author was more interested in describing the scenery and the landscape and like kind of wanted to write a travel magazine or something, and then occasionally would remember, oh wait, there's like characters here, I should probably say what they're doing, and then would go back to describing the landscape. And I just find that very entertaining to think about, but I don't think I would find it very entertaining to read, because I get very annoyed with authors that are overly interested in explaining the scenery. Like, to an extent, yes. Not a travel magazine, because magazines are like aren't super wordy. Like a travel encyclopedia. Fucking page after page about the flowers in the meadow. Do you guys, did anyone here read the I think it's Ink Spell? The author who wrote Ink Spell, I'm pretty sure. Was it? Yeah, I think it was Ink Spell. It was a series about these people who, when they read out loud from books, it becomes a spell where they can like pull characters out from the book and also put people into books. And they weren't able to control it very well. And someone gets trapped. That's pretty much all I can say. Anyways, my teacher in 6th grade said that she didn't like reading books by that author. She liked the stories, but she didn't like reading books by that author because that author just gets so hung up on explaining tiny, minute details. And I remember reading the first book and thinking, no, that's not true. I can still really enjoy these books. Like, I really do enjoy these books. And then I got to the second or the third book, and there was this one section where they go through one of the books and they end up in this meadow, and she spent literally like 2 or 3 pages just describing the leaves on this bush. Not even like there was still more to describe about the rest of the clearing, but just like 2 or 3 pages describing the leaves on this one bush. And I was like, oh yeah, I see what she's saying. I'm bored as fuck right now. Can we get to the point? Can we like, go on an adventure now? Can we, deal with some magic and bad guys and not keep looking at this freaking bush? And I just feel like, if it's anything like that for Lord of the Rings, I probably would not actually enjoy the books all that much. Yeah, Lord of the Rings is a bit rough to read, especially the Bombadil sequence, but it does get pretty good. Has anyone here read the Silmarillion? You know what I mean. I'm sure that the people who know what it is, know what I meant. I don't know what it is though. I'm pretty sure it starts with Silmarillion or something. What's this about putting people into book? Justinian, hello, welcome in. I was talking about a book series called Ink Spell that I read when I was in elementary or middle school. And it's about these people that are... I don't remember the actual word that describes them, but the main character, she discovers that she's from a group of people where they're not allowed to read out loud from storybooks because they have magic tongues or something, and they're able to put people into books and take things out of books. And it can get kind of dire. Gotcha. Do you want to watch Neverending Story again? The movie? Or the show? You had to read a Walt Whitman poem today? That boy just loves some grass. Did he describe grass in a lot of detail. That's why the Lord of the Rings movies were way more enjoyable. What took Tolkien 3 pages of text was turned into a nice establishing shot that takes 10 seconds. Well, okay, I was close enough. Silmarillion. It's basically the Bible of Middle-earth. Inkheart. Yes, Inkheart is one of them. Okay, Inkheart might be first, actually. So Inkheart, then Inkspell, and Inkdeath, I think. I think that those are the 3. It's a trilogy. Wonderful. Oh, so you've read it! Yeah. Really, really good book series. I really enjoyed the story. But good God, did she need to shut up about the landscape every now and then. Like, there were times where it was just too much. Too much. Oh yeah, the premise was really good. The whole deal with Lord of the Rings was Tolkien was into language. Favorite character? Oh my gosh, Abtots. I read this book when I was in elementary school. I don't know. Okay, actually I do know, I just don't remember. Silvertongue? The guy who can eat fire. He got the blessing from the fire fairies, and so he was able to... Dust fingers. Okay. His name... Okay. Yeah, I would not be able to remember their names. This was so long ago for me. Yeah, he was funny. I really liked him. Silvertongue was her father. Okay. Was that because she had the they were magic? Dustfinger the fire juggler, who could eat fire because he was blessed by fire fairies. And because Tolkien and his approach to fantasy world from the starting point of language, he built it in a deeper way than anyone ever has before or since. I've read things on Tumblr before about how he wrote those books in such a brilliant way, where it's like a translation of a translation of a translation, which means that someone... the reason that Christmas is mentioned isn't because there's a Hobbit Jesus, it's because at some point someone was translating it and they were like, okay, this holiday would be easiestly equivated, you guys know what I mean, to Christmas, so as I'm translating this, it would be easiest to just say Christmas so that people will understand it's a gift-giving holiday. And so, like, yeah, I think that's a really smart way to... You can put in mistakes, and then you could just be like, well, of course there's going to be mistakes. It's a translation of a translation of a translation. Of course there's going to be mistakes. I just thought that was really interesting. Very smart way to build a story. And I guess he intentionally put mistakes in because of that. And because, he had the ability, Silvertongue, she inherited it. Yes. I can't believe I remembered even Silvertongue. I'm really bad at names with stories, usually. Unless it's something that I read over and over and over and over again, I'm really bad at remembering names. Just like real life. In real life, I am also really bad at remembering names. Things just stick in your mind, it's mad. I mean, it sounds kind of nice that you're able to remember something like that with such detail. Like I said, there's no way I would have been able to remember. Is the main character's name like Mel or something? It starts with an M, doesn't it? I just remember she just put so much time explaining. I understood. It was in the second or the third book. I finally understood why my teacher said that she would never read books by that author ever again, because she just put way too much effort into describing sceneries and stuff. Maggie. Okay, so it started with an M. I was right. And an E. M-E. I was so close. Did you look it up or did you remember that? Because again, if you remember that and you haven't read it since middle school or elementary school, That's really impressive. The only books that I could name characters would probably be Cornelia Funk. That sounds correct to me. Could always look it up. Books that I would be able to name characters would probably... Actually, no, I don't think I could. Like Eragon. Eragon is a book that I read over and over and over again as a child. So many times that the cover fell off, the front and the back cover both fell off, and I had taped the spine together in multiple places. And I know, in my mind, I can picture, even though I don't think that character was even in the movie, which the movie was god-awful, by the way. I could picture who my favorite character is. Just in my mind's eye, my own imagining of what she looked like. But I could not tell you what her name is. Oh, that's disappointing. Yes, very good book. Did you hear that there's another one that came out? Mortog. They wrote one about Mortog, or Mortog? Is that how his name's pronounced? The brother. I'll need to read it. Yeah, he was a really good character. I tried to get myself to reread the books so that I could be fresh, so that I could read read it when it came out. I think it came out a couple months ago. But I just do not have the attention span to read like I used to. Even books that I really enjoy, I don't have the attention span that I used to. Have you read The Name of the Wind, or The Kingkiller Chronicles by Patrick Rothfuss? I'm sorry if this isn't very interesting to other people here. Look at us being nerds. You have not? Yes, it is my all-time favorite book series, for sure. I do have to give the warning for everyone that I suggested to at this point, because it's like, it breaks my heart. The author, it's not like George R.R. Martin. It's not like the Game of Thrones books, where there's no way. He's clearly given up. He's off writing other projects. He's like making movies. He's clearly not writing the 7th book at all. There's no way. He's made it very clear that he's not interested in writing the 7th book. That's not the case with Patrick Rothfuss, who's the author of the Kingkiller Chronicles. He is still clearly working on it. Still thinking about it. He's just struggling. So, we've been waiting for the 3rd book of the trilogy for over 10 years now. 2 years after the 2nd book came out, he posted a picture of himself on Tumblr, or on his blog, next to a stack of paper that was about this big, saying that he had finished the 3rd book, or had finished the 1st draft and was beginning the editing process, and now it's been like 8 or 9 or 10 years later, and we're still waiting. He's released a couple side stories since then. They all take place within the same timeline, from a side character's point of view. And for all of these side stories that he's released, he said that he started writing them to just sort of try and flesh out different parts of the universe, and then decided to make an actual story out of it. But it's his way of trying to think about, because it's such a complicated story. And it's so good. Oh my god, the writing in it is so good. Speaking of which, I do have to. But it has been 10 minutes. Thank you for reminding me.
What the dog doing?
Captain Charismatic, hello. Welcome in. You're the first elf cat you've ever seen. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm actually a cat nymph. Cleo. Cleo, come here. Come here, baby. Come on. Come on, baby. Hello. Huntsman, welcome in. Yeah, you know what this is. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, baby. Good girl. Good girl. Throwing shade. Throwing shade. Throwing shade. This is Cleo. This is my doggo. Good girl, baby. Throwing shade. Good, hop up. Throwing shade. Alright. 6. Aren't they the wee shites that steal the milk from your fridge and key your car? I thought that they were the lesser immortals that aren't quite gods, but they generally are spirits that are like tree nymphs and... Yes, this is Cleo, everyone. This is my pupper. Yeah. Alright, you can go now if you want. But I won't, I know we woke you up, so you can hang out here. She's my baby. She's an annoying bitch. Yes, you are. Yes, you are so annoying. You are so annoying. So annoying. Yes, you are. Is my doggo married to Sammy's doggo? I thought that it would be more like they were sisters, like step siblings. I feel like that would make more sense. But Cleo is a lesbian, so... Maybe. Dealer's choice, as in you don't care which ones I pick? Goose? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. She's more comfortable than usual. Usually she leaves as soon as I stop petting her. Oh, there was dog physical therapy today. That means that she's starved for attention because she had to watch me and my best friend give treats and give so much attention to the other dog. It must have been absolutely torture, even though the other dog did not want any of it. I mean, he wanted the treats, but did not want the attention. Toby is not a fan of physical therapy. Yeah, now it's like when Colton's my best friend and he's also a dog physical therapist. So whenever Colton gets here, Toby's really excited and then there's just this moment of like, oh. And then he's no longer excited. You can go now if you want. You're kind of in my way. Guys, is it too early for Christmas music? I'm asking because there's a specific Christmas song. It's the only one that I will ever play for you guys, most likely. There's a specific Christmas song that is my favorite Christmas song. All of my sounds are there. That way you can, that might be easier for you to remember sounds. It's not Mariah Carey, don't worry.
Ooh, hold up there.
It is for sure, if you're playing Christmas music before Halloween, it is for sure too early.
No. Don't you be trying to move in on my wifey. Sammy's watching you.
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
Wow. Teddy has lost again?
The
Well,
war on Christmas will continue until it gives back the territory it stole from Thanksgiving.
y'all know we don't have a red light district, right?
We'll go with these ones. Yeehaw and Let's Fucking Go Yeehaw are both from Grace Games.
Let's fucking go, yeehaw.
I'm gonna just keep. I'm just waiting for her to realize that it's not comfortable in this chair. She'll realize it eventually, and then she'll leave. Or I'll sit on her, and then she'll leave. Liberated ostrich? Absolutely not. In fact, whenever I read... See, there we go. Bye, baby! Oh, no, sorry, baby. No. No! You're being greedy! You're being greedy! Yeah, see, whenever I read that combination of letters from your guys' chat, I intentionally will say it slowly in a lower voice so that I don't accidentally get clipped and then feel obligated to make a sound command out of it. Because I am not going to make the same mistake as Sammy. It's gonna be a cold day in hell. The mistake of getting clipped making the ooh-woo sound. And now it gets played non-stop and she has to listen to it and it's annoying for her. For us it's great. And I'm not making the same mistake. Oh no, but I didn't say it high-pitched, and I didn't say it quickly. I didn't say it the way that people say it online. I said, ooh woo. Not the other thing. Were you trying to trick me? Ara. I did make an ara sound for goose. These ones good for you, Goose? And starting now. Sus Canadian, hello, welcome in. Just do it in like your best demonic voice or something and clip that. You haven't gotten around to putting it up. Oh, you haven't? I thought that you were showing it off to Urkamus. Is it in your Discord or something? Any Canada? You know what? I have a throne. You want to get Canadian or Canada glasses and send them to me? I'll add them to my collection. Delendo, hello, welcome in. Thank you for being here. You don't have to, I'm just saying. I'm probably not going to buy, because I didn't buy these. Or the other pair of American flag sunglasses. They just both found their way into my collection. I did not pay for most of these. Most of them were free at events. These, I don't even remember how I got them. So, I'm just, yeah, that's all to say. I'm not gonna buy them. But I wouldn't turn down a pair. Oh, I was gonna show you guys. My favorite Christmas song of all time. We're probably gonna listen to it a couple different times. What was it called again? It's the best Christmas song of all time. It is truly something special. Okay.
The first day of Christmas.
Nope, they don't end it with never gonna give you up. Missed opportunity though, you're right. It's not a Christmas song, though. With the exception of them using the tune of Toto's Africa. All of the songs, well, in the Hanukkah song, they're all holiday songs. Your dad has been to Straight No Chaser, really? I looked at some of their other music and I didn't like it nearly as much as just that one. That one is just something special. So the 12 Days of Christmas is your all-time... No. My all-time favorite Christmas song is... What is it called? 12 Days of Christmas by Straight No Chaser. I call it Toto's Christmas. It's not just any 12 Days of Christmas. That sounds misleading. It's 12 Days of Christmas by Straight No Chaser. There's another version of it where that some other people tried to do, and it was not nearly as good as the Straight No Chasers version. Weird Al did one called Christmas at Ground Zero, and that's pretty much the end of Christmas music. Dreidel, 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 I made it out of clay. Dreidel, 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 we play with it? I don't know. Something something day? Sorry about that. Well, Twisted Sister did their own version of 12 Days of Christmas. You recommend I check that one out? Okay. Is it also entertaining? My favorite thing... it's been 10 minutes. My thing with, that one is I've learned about it from a Tumblr post. You can see where all of the weight on these one glasses were. Is always entertaining? Okay. I learned about that one through a Tumblr post where someone was saying that they were like, okay, I need you guys to help me find this one song. It sounded like it started out as just a standard 12 Days of Christmas. Like, I guess this person was in a thrift store when the song came overhead, and they weren't sure if they were having a stroke or if they had entered a alternate dimension where Christmas songs are all bad, or if this was just real and really random for it to be playing over the radio. And she was like, it started out as just a standard 12 Days of Christmas, but then they all started arguing with each other, and then they just started singing different Christmas songs, and then at the very end they all just said fuck it and started singing 12 Days of Africa to the tune of Toto's Africa. And just the way that she described it in the Tumblr post was the funniest thing. I wish that I could find it, but I think it would take me too long to just find. 12 Days of Christmas, Toto's Africa, Tumblr. Let's see if it comes up. Yeah, it's not coming up. Wait, maybe. No. God, that's so disappointing. Oh, well. I look like I have a weird Harry Potter scar. Because of my hair? Or was there an indent from the glasses at one point? You can find it on... No, I'm trying to find that specific Tumblr post where she was saying, hey, can someone help me find this song or tell me if I was actually having a stroke? I'm glad that my skin recovered from that quickly. De Moivre's theorem done? What is that? It's a form of math? Were you doing math earlier? For homework or just fun? Bumblebee, thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in, everyone! Hello, hello! I just was sharing terrible Christmas music. Welcome in, everyone. Okay, those are up there now. Hello. How was your stream, Bumblebee? Rat in the Hat. Hello, welcome in. Bumblebee, hi. B-Raid, B-Raid. You're Euphoric Poison. Hello, welcome in. How are you? Thank you so much for the follow, Euphoric Poison. Hello. So, for the people who don't know who I am Lady Teddy. Oh, thank you, Rat in the Hat. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I'm Lady Teddy. I am a variety streamer who's relatively new to gaming. So because of this, whenever I play a game, it's most likely going to be for the first time, even if it's really old, so I get to play old games for the first time, and it's nostalgic for a lot of people, and I struggle because I'm new at video games relatively at this point. I started playing video games when I started streaming, which was a little over a year ago, so I've only been playing video games for about a year at this point. There's still many, many, many games out there that I have never even heard of, even if they're very popular. No, it's too early. Okay, Bumblebee, I understand that. It is too early for Christmas music, but there's only one song. There's only one song that I will be playing for Christmas music, unless this live stream of music plays it for me. The only Christmas song that I will play is this one, because it is hilarious. I just think, I honestly can't stand Christmas music for the most part, because I just think it's really sappy and boring and gets stuck in your head way, 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 way too easily. But this one song makes me laugh, which is what I require for my music. Therefore, I love it, and I think it's hilarious. It is, on YouTube. I already played it today, so I'll play it next stream if you want to know which one it is. But it's 12 Days of Christmas by Straight No Chaser on YouTube. Make sure it's the one by Straight No Chaser. There's another version of 12 Days of Christmas by a different a cappella group, and it's not nearly as good as the original. So 12 Days of Christmas by Straight No Chaser. It is hysterical. It has way too, yeah, exactly. I'm not. Also, I used to work in this toy store, and they started playing Christmas music so early in the year. They started playing Christmas music on loop, non-stop, in like the beginning of October. And to this day, I just can't stand Christmas music, because it was literally on loop. There's not that many Christmas songs. You can't put them on a loop. It was genuinely torture.
Bitch! I love you!
Bumblebee Bot, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Greatest goofy a cappella song ever, Da Vinci's Notebook, Enormous Penis. Me and my enormous penis. Yeah, I've heard that one. I didn't realize it was a cappella though. That's just your backup. I figured that that was you. I also have a actually two bot accounts. Do you guys ever floss too hard and then your teeth just let you know that they're mad at you? My teeth are definitely like, you flossed too hard and we are mad. Oh well. You got in your a spot on your gums that was so irritated you thought that you were gonna have to get it checked out. Maybe. Oh no! Really? Because I get super canker sores, and even still, as soon as I now know how to take care of super canker sores so they heal relatively quickly, but unless I've got a super canker sore, usually it will heal itself within a couple days, unless there's like food or something that's stuck underneath. That's actually happened before. I got spacers at one point when I was a kid. Okay guys, I'm gonna tell you something a little embarrassing. Are you ready? Guys, can't make fun of me. This was a long time ago, okay? I'm gonna tell you the reason that I got spacers. Because I didn't have braces. But I did have to get spacers for mouth gear. Oh no, you should judge me for this if I'm being honest. So, children, they learn to self-soothe either with a pacifier or by sucking their thumb. But there's some children that don't stop sucking their thumb. And I was one of those children. So I didn't stop sucking my thumb until I was in like 3rd or 4th grade. It was way too late. I had to get this, so the reason that I ended up getting spacers for mouth gear was they called it a guard that was, it looked kind of like a retainer, but it basically just created a wall so I physically could not stick my thumb into my mouth to suck on it, and I managed to wiggle it out multiple times. So instead they ended up doing like this thing that was on my thumb that just made it so I wasn't able to get the proper suction. Everyone said that I was going to need braces because sucking my thumb would fuck up my teeth. And, joke's on them. It didn't. But yes. That is, my secret shame. I was a thumb sucker for way too long. And it was a little embarrassing. I haven't thought about that in years. Anyways, when I got the spacers to put the mouth gear in, it moved some of my teeth in a way where some food got stuck underneath one of my teeth, and then it couldn't get out, and that got infected. But besides that, usually, even if I piss off my teeth, mouth heals itself relatively quickly. Your kid has really screwed up tooth alignment because he never stopped. Really? Why didn't you take it away from him? You were every kid thing for way too long? What do you mean every kid thing? He's 12 now and still needs a pacifier all day, every day. I always kind of was annoyed that my parents didn't have me on a pacifier, because then once I got old enough that they needed me to stop using a pacifier, they would be able to just take it away. Like, you physically cannot take away someone's thumb. They've got 2 of them, so. Yeah, I would get like, because once your teeth grow in, I would get, my teeth would end up irritating my skin right here. I would get a really angry mark. And they used to put this stuff that tasted bad on my thumb, and I realized pretty quickly I just had to suck it off and I'd be good. Be like, oh, gross. Your sister sucked her thumb until maybe 10 or 11. I was probably about that old. I was old enough that it was weird. Because his life is an absolute misery of medical chaos. He can't walk, talk, eat, so like fuck it, let him. That's very fair. That is a very good point. I didn't take that into consideration. You're half joking. You did some things like watch kids shows for way too long and stuff like that. I mean, kids, that's normal for. I'm assuming you're about my age. That's normal for our age group. You're in college, so you're probably about my age. We watch kids shows. Still. It's, yeah. I feel like that's part of the culture. Sound clip. You know, you could add it to my quotes, if that's... I'm not gonna add that as a sound clip, but you could add it to my quotes if you want. Or I can if you want me to. Some kids' shows are just still awesome. Oh, for sure. Avatar: The Last Airbender, I still will rewatch and just end up binging it because it's incredible. Absolute fucking work of art. Beautiful. Just, oh my gosh. And then there's some that are good, but I think there's some that are like good in a nostalgic way. Phineas and Ferb. I wasn't allowed to watch cable, so I didn't really watch a lot of Phineas and Ferb. Is that... I really liked it whenever I saw it on. That's one that I've definitely considered binging as an adult, just because I really liked it whenever I was able to watch it at someone else's house. You've watched Avatar maybe 6 times, the entire thing. I think I've got you beat. It's definitely been more than 6 times. I haven't watched Korra. I think I've only watched Legend of Korra 2 times all the way through. Maybe 3. But I've seen Avatar: The Last Airbender more than that. And I used to, when I was having a bad day, I used to literally just watch the series finale on loop because it's so good. You watched Avatar. There's a guy that I briefly dated purely because we both just bonded over our intense love of Avatar: The Last Airbender. That was pretty much the only thing we had in common. We really liked Avatar. And he definitely had me beat. He wants to get tattoos of all of the different signs: earth, air, water, fire. But he's not getting it yet because he wants to make sure that his life within himself, he feels like he's just not ready. He's not balanced enough to get all of the tattoos yet. And I was like, that's a little intense. He was definitely more intense about it than I am. But I was definitely, like, I was able to keep up. You never sucked your thumb, but you did and still do. Chew your little fingers? I still bite my nails. That's actually a genetic thing. Did you guys know that? That biting your nails is a genetic thing? My dad bites his nails, so I bite my nails. And every now and then I'll get myself to stop, but I can tell when my anxiety is... One of the physical symptoms of my anxiety is I'll suddenly have no nails. Or I'll have nails and my face will be a fucking disaster. Because I start touching my face a lot. It's either bite my nails or fuck up my face. You started watching it in French so you could learn French because you know all the lines. Okay, you might know. I don't know all of the lines. I feel like at one point I might have been close to that, but I definitely don't know all the lines. I know enough lines that people can reference lines to me, but I don't think I could... Yeah. That's a really good idea, though. Watching something... If you know something well enough that you could... Yeah, that's a really good idea. Thank you for the lurk, Mr. Kennedy. There's also some really, really deep kids movies like Inside Out. And oh, I still watch kids movies for sure. Yeah, Inside Out was really, really good. Encanto, yeah, I for sure still watch kids movies. Encanto is one of my favorite movies still. It's been out for a couple years now, but I only watched it in the last year or so, and I've watched it a couple different times. I think I watched it twice the first time I saw it because I just was the music in it is so good, and then the story itself. I really like this new tradition of having kids movies where there isn't a romance, like Brave and Encanto. It's just about family and life lessons and compromise. Inside Out hits different when you're a teenager. I didn't see it. I think it came out once I was in college. I'm pretty sure I was in college when it came out. When did it come out? I don't think I was a teenager anymore. Chu, okay, I thought you meant Chu. Your best car is Zuko themed. There's a Fire Nation emblem. That is so lit. You think Visage drained you mentally? Oh, were you playing? I forgot. Bumblebee, did I ask you how your stream went, or did I just completely blank? If you need to take care of yourself, do your own stream stuff. I am so sorry. I forgot to check. All your cars have avatar stuff, your best car, Visage. So I don't literally know all the lines, but you know what they're talking about. Do you have a general idea what they're saying if you pick up Fragrance? That makes a lot of sense. Most movies have an obligatory romance, even if it's not necessary at all. And I agree. I really like movies that don't have romance. There's like a love story, because it's the love of her and her family. And I don't know. I really like that. Yeah, most movies, so how the game progress going? Because you think you missed my last stream, you watched Encanto and Brave again like a month ago. I've literally written essays about Brave, like college essays and a high school essay about Brave and how I thought it was kind of revolutionary in the movie industry. Most entertaining bit you learned in French. Hawk is basically falcon, but it's pronounced without the L, so it's like falcon. So the episode where Sokka is excited about hockey, he keeps saying fuck you over and over again, because he might have blinked too. So you were playing Visage. How is that? How do you like that? I think that's what Urkamus has been playing recently. I haven't played it yet, as shocking as that may be. There are people that know that I don't really play video games. And game progress. I haven't played this one in a while. I wanted to focus on Tormented Souls because it's a scary game for spooky season, but now that we're out of spooky season, I'm going back to Alice. You loved it. You just did a Raken story. It was under 4 hours and it was a wild time. Nice! Well, I have not played any Visage, so I don't know who Raken is. It's got like puzzles and stuff in it though, doesn't it? Speaking of, it's been like an hour and a half. I should probably get to the game. Wait. I forgot. I need all of everyone here. You guys need to do this challenge that I saw on TikTok, where you lock your hands. You have to stand up for it though. You lock your hands and you have to step over like this and then try and see if you're able to lift your hands above your butt without separating your locked hands. Apparently, girls use, yes, oh yeah. Girls can't do it, but guys can. You're too dummy thick? I mean, I didn't think that I was dummy thick, but I'm not able to do it. That's not something that I've really been told since I stopped playing rugby. And stopped going to school in Humboldt, where there's more stairs than students, so every day was leg day. Random thought, but have I checked out Bing AI image generator? It's free and you can do some funny stuff with it. I have not. I didn't realize that Bing had an AI image generator. I have an app that's called Lisa AI, and it will generate images and stuff as well if I watch ads. That is how I made my sub badges. We can watch, yeah. It's a relatively new thing. Interesting. I might have to check that out at some point. Yeah. Its content filters aren't as bad as you thought. You can have it do characters holding, firing guns, and throwing up. Wow. You just fuck, you have to go cry and take my drugs. Money came to you as a direct deposit. You look in your bank account. You have to... I'm sorry. You're good. I'm sorry that you're dealing with this. I hope that you're able to take your mind off of this. That sounds... I'm sorry. Don't ask why that was the first thing you thought to use AI for. Oh, no worries. There's a little bit there where I would actually try and come up with stuff on stream using the Lisa AI. I don't know why, it was like an impulse buying thing where the image generator thing was free, but I didn't know about that. I initially downloaded it because it was like, we can do an AI rendering of your face to make it look cool, and it was like, oh, I bet I can use this for stream for something. And I haven't. And then I ended up buying another set for no reason. I don't know why. And they look sick. Do you guys want to see them? Because they look sick, and I don't think I'm ever going to use these for anything. Where are my previous images? There. After a bit of a struggle, you are now out of breath. You just did the thing. Were you able to do it? My best friend Colton was able to do it without even trying. He struggled with stepping over, but once his feet were over the both hands, he was able to just stand up without any problems. Yeah, so the struggle is putting the second leg through. I feel like you could just start here and like circumvent that. That's not the hard part. The hard part is I literally cannot lift my arms above there. So I got my TMS technician to try that. I showed her the video, my TikTok video, and then I told her to try it. And once she finished setting up, she was like, I mean, I feel like I'm pretty flexible, so I'd be able to do it. And so she tried it and wasn't able to do it. And I was just trying so hard not, because there's a machine strapped to my head. I'm not able to move too much. My head is literally strapped in place, but I still don't want to move too much. So I'm trying not to laugh too hard, but it was so funny. And then she texted me as soon as I left, being like, yeah, I got some of my coworkers to do it and only the guys were able to do it. Oh my gosh, I should have videoed it for you. And I was like, that's okay, no worries. She's like, I'm gonna get some other coworkers. I'm gonna try and video them. And I was like, okay, as long as they're comfortable. And so then she sent me a video of her more coworkers trying and the girls not being able to do it. Too thick? I don't think that's the issue. I think it's just that girls have hips and guys don't have hips as much. But I was saying, like, these are just some of the ones. I got 200 of these. There's the gothic ones, and they look sick. They look super cool. I don't know what I'm gonna use them for. Why did I do this? Viking? Devil? Just, what am I going to, no? Why would I draw them? They're already created. Ancient Greek? Oh, I never reversed my camera again, did I? Pirate? Like I said, I did 2. Why did I do 2? Why did I do 1? Cyberpunk? Yep, these AI renderings of my face in various styles. I paid for these, and I don't know why. They were impulse buy. That was mermaid? They're various styles. Futuristic? Cyborg? I know they look awesome. Just what am I gonna use them for? Magic? Oh, my arms are hurting. Yeah, the cyberpunk ones definitely came out looking kind of Asian. Yeah, I don't know why I got so many. Especially, I don't know why I got a second pack, knowing that I'm probably never gonna do anything except for look at them and be like, wow, these look super cool. Yat in the Hat, hello, welcome in. Hips consistently much smaller with guys. Oops. Flow very differently. Oh, you thought it was practice or... No, for whatever reason, one day I impulsively decided to get these AI renderings of my face, and in my mind I was like, oh, I can use these for like thumbnails or something. And I don't know why I thought I would ever do something like that. If I'm gonna do a thumbnail, it's probably gonna be something relevant to stream, not just my face. It would probably be something of me here, like, it might be, I don't know. Something like that. How much were they? I think they weren't expensive. I want to say it was like $5 for 100 of them. You could print them and do giveaways like a reward perk for something. Would people want those? Marco, hello! They get a slight diagonal, hooping over one shoulder across the torso, but every body shape has their own hurdles for learning. Wait, what? You find guys have easier time with vertical body? What do you mean hooping? Oh, this video gamey remix of Rainbow Connection. Is it? It is Rainbow Connection. Well done. Once again, this is by Game Shops. I'd have to come up with a signature. There was a minute there where I was trying to come up with the Lady Teddy signature and I don't know what to do. Why was I trying to come up with a signature? I think that it was when I was considering going... Whoa, why was I trying to come up with a signature? I don't know why I was trying to come... I tried though. Cockcopter, hello, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. How are you today? For whatever reason, the best thing you use AI for is to generate images that look like real CCTV footage of Sesame Street and the Muppets characters for creating absolute carnage in gas stations. You don't know what it is with you in gas stations? I mean, you just really seem to enjoy violence in gas stations. That's what I've learned about you, Liberated Ostrich. Hula hoop flow. Oh! I am not very good at hula hooping. Not gonna lie. I tried to learn how to hula hoop, and I just never really, like, I can, but not really. And it has to be one of those hula hoops for people who don't really know how to hula hoop. I can't do the really light ones at all. For whatever reason, It sounds like something from the Secret Mana soundtrack. That's it exactly. It's a great game. Find a good teacher, stand in front of the mirror and download their skill. Well, I think I would need a hula hoop for that. Currently, I don't have a hula hoop. My flow art is, flow wand. And I'm still not very good at that, if I'm being honest. But it's still fun. That's the flow art that I got the best at of all of the flow arts I tried to learn. You guess gas stations is just like kind of gritty, realistic fight. I mean, I don't think I have any subscribers in here right now, but I am subscribed to myself. You can see I used AI image generator to come up with my sub badges. They've got 1 heart for words. 1 heart for tier 1, 2 hearts for tier 2, 3 hearts for tier 3. I think they turned out really cool looking. I looked up grunge teddy bear holding a heart balloon. And then grunge teddy bear holding 2 heart balloons. And then grunge teddy bear holding 3 heart balloons. I might actually still have the images saved on my phone. I just, I don't really consider myself to be very cutesy, but teddy bear is sort of, Lady Teddy, teddy bears, sort of my thing. That and ducks. But I don't consider myself to be very cutesy. I feel like I'm a lot more grunge than cutesy. So, grunge teddy bear. You ever build it? I actually did do a Build-A-Bear when I was younger, but I think I did a unicorn. I don't think it was a bear. It's not in my downloads. Maybe it's in my downloads on my computer. I may have deleted it from my phone because I had to upload it on here. I don't even, do you want to see them? I feel like they turned out really cool. I was very happy with how they turned out. Let's see them if I downloaded them onto my computer and am able to find them. Oh, I think that might be it. Why did I pick Photoshop to open this? That was such a bad call. Now my computer's gonna be slow. Practice hoop is 36 OD. Yes, there they are. Okay. Where was that? That was in my emotes folder. Let's see, am I able to open this on here? No. I need to save this as something else. Why did I save it? Why didn't I save this in a more convenient way? Come on. This is too much work. I'll post them somewhere else. I can save this. I'll pull them up some other time. PVC tube, the connector, roll. Cheap to make. You can make them with PVC pipe? Tube? Is there a difference between PVC pipe and PVC tube? Connector. Build-A-Bear. Light hoops are for practicing hand hooping, less strain and easier for hands. Image generator. Hello, Horror Acolyte. Once you feel comfy, move down a size for body until you're comfy hand hooping body weights. What's the gap? I had a teddy bear as a kid that was aptly named Night Night Bear. He stood out from all your other stuffed animals because he wore a shirt you wore when you were a baby. I have a stuffed animal that I've had since I was a child that I have very cleverly named Oh wait, why is that still there? Go away. So, this is actually my first memory because it happened at my brother's baby shower, which means that I was like 2 or 3 at the oldest. Barely 3 if I was 3. And I remember that there was all of these presents, and I thought that they were for me because I was the one who was opening them, and I was super, super excited. I thought it was my birthday or something. And then there was this bitch who decided to tell me, no, these presents aren't for you. You're just opening them. They're not for you. They're for the baby. And so I started crying and throwing a tantrum. And then someone else who was there was like, oh, this is gender neutral. You could, or she can have that one. And so, that one ended up being Bunny Pillow, which was just a giant bunny that you can use as a pillow because it is so big. And I named it Bunny Pillow. And I still have Bunny Pillow. Bunny Pillow is still with me and in my bed right over there. Bunny Pillow has seen better days. Bunny Pillow is falling apart. Let's see them. Yeah, I'll show them. I'll save them as something other than whatever they're saved as right now. What are they saved as right now? I don't even know what they're saved as right now. Whatever they're saved as right now, it's not something that I'm able to show you guys conveniently. So I'll save them as something else some other time. And then I'll post them in my Discord, or I can pull them up on screen next time. Your first memory, or at least one of them, is you pulling your cat's tail and her scratching you and you crying. This is most likely your first time learning about to play stupid games, win stupid prizes. I love that quote. I love that saying so much. Teddy bears under your care were tortured. Oh! Yikes. I would cut off Barbie's heads. I would give them haircuts and then decide that they were ugly, and then I would cut off their heads. So I didn't get very many Barbies. Fuck around and find out. See, that one is clever. Or no, like that one is good. It's straight to the point. But play stupid games, win stupid prizes is just so satisfying. You slept in a bunk bed at the top? And you had a skipping rope and a teddy bear? Oh. Oh no, I see where this is going. You and your brother and sister used to freeze action figures in ice and melt them later? Like, melt the action figures or thaw out the action figures? It's been almost 2 hours. I need to get to the game. Since there's an ad, I'll start setting this up now. I think the Twitch chat overlay works for this game. I can't remember right now. We'll see. If not, it will just make the game crash and I'll just be sad. Time to make 5 more bunny pillows. As those fall apart, you'll get better at fixing them back up so that you can confidently fix up your first bunny pillow beautifully forever. I think that bunny pillow is just... I just need to... you know what? Bunny pillow has seen better days, but bunny pillow is perfect as they are. Okay? They don't need to be fixed or anything. They're perfect. I love them as they are. And I could probably sew them back together if I need to. But I don't need to because they're perfect. Welcome back. I tried renaming Bunny Pillow a couple times growing up. I think the name I remember trying to make work for Bunny Pillow was Jessica for some reason. And its name is Bunny Pillow. You know, I much prefer a pillow that has been with me but torn down rather than a new one. I have a lot of pillows. I like having a lot of pillows. But I agree. Like, pillows definitely are They need to be broken in. You think your brother and sister even froze their action figures as part of an ongoing lore for their action figures? We were looking through some old action figures the other day, and they had a paper with a list of fictional acts and laws that were passed. Oh my gosh, that is adorable. Dark but adorable. Let's switch over. Oh, this is a spooky-ish game. I wouldn't say it's scary, but it's got spooky vibes, so I'm gonna turn off the light. I will turn off that light. BRB. Oh, I'm back. Sorry. I was just reading these out loud. That is adorable. And I was saying that, yeah, I get very attached to things and then don't throw them away. And then one day I'll just go through all of my stuff and get rid of, like, a ton of things that I know that I just won't remember I own. I'm overdue to do this. There's so much crap in my room. And that's adorable with your siblings, Ostrich. Okay. Oh, and I need to switch my thing because I was just chatting. Alice. There we go. Oh, that one. Exit that, and let us start. It's been a while since we played this one. So apparently I am able to unlock the first game, but I have to go into system files, and since I'm already, I think, I'm a decent way through this game. So I figured I'll just not. Okay, this is one that won't let me. Oh, crap. So I'm not gonna be able to see the chat unless I look over here, so as y'all know, I'm not great at staying on top of chat anyways, and it's even worse when I'm not able to get the chat overlay thing. Few people in your life know this, but you have your own fictional universe. You've been expanding on the lore since you were 8. You started out as just you playing with your own toys, but as you grew up, it became a somewhat serious. That is so cool. Is it written down anywhere? That is super cool. Oh, I'm not even halfway through. It's still a decent way through the game, though. And the game crashed, yay. GG's. This game doesn't seem to like my computer very much. It seems to crash at least once for stream. You have a long timeline written down. You don't want to talk too much about it because you might try to seriously write it someday, but the lore goes all the way till the 2040s. Damn. Yeah, you should write it down. I have a story that I started writing when I was in 8th grade called The Runner. It's a fantasy story. And I would actually write chapters and then like show them to people, and then everyone was obsessed with how good it was, and then got really annoying where they kept harassing me to write chapters, and it was all on a flash drive that I would wear around my neck. And one day I lost the flash drive, and I was actually relieved that I'd lost the flash drive because I was just so overwhelmed with how much pressure people were putting on me to write from this story. And then last year, 2 years ago, maybe, my mom came into my room with a manila envelope and said that my grandmother had found a hard copy of The Runner. I wrote this when I was 13, 14, like 8th grade and 9th grade was when I was working on this story. So my mom found a hard copy, or my grandmother found a hard copy. I don't know how far into the story it was at that point, but it's a manila envelope that's up there, and I have not opened it because just thinking about that story fills me with stress. My therapist says that if I ever decide to open it again, I should make sure not to tell anyone.
This is terrible. Oh, great caterpillar, why have you abandoned us? The door ahead is sealed. Only by playing the correct sequence of bells can it be opened.
A dubious honor, I suspect.
No. Shit.
tune has been
I did
embedded in
it!
my memory, like Twinkle Twinkle Little Bat.
Twinkle, twinkle, little
Get
bat.
to the tree, Alice. Help our brothers.
Music soothes the savage in us, Alice. Practice. The piano's for more than holding down the carpet.
God, this weapon is so cool. No, no, I want those teeth. Damn it. Shoot! I keep hitting the wrong button. Boom. Die, fucker, die. Did I did it? Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's understandable. Thank you. You're about to go to bed. You have to study for a government test and finish a short English essay. My prayers, my good thoughts go out to you. I believe in you. Sweet dreams, and I'm proud of you for taking care of yourself. Before... wait. Before, just staying up all night watching this. You had a crush on Alice, like Alice in Wonderland from this game? Saving point. Oh, great. Shit. No. That was the right thing, right? Is that it? How did I miss that? Did it on the first try. Shit. Of course. I don't know what I was expecting. Oh, and I'm already feeling nauseous. Oh my gosh. How? Fuck. Well, I guess those teeth are lost. Okay. When I reach a saving point, someone point it out to me. Because I should stop. Hey, buddy, you gonna... Oh my gosh, I do play games, Goose. I know it's shocking. God, I'm so nauseous already. Oh, Ryan, thank you for the stretch. Saving point. Okay. Well, I think in order to play this game for longer, I need to take anti-nausea meds, which I didn't do today. I just saw a saving thing. It gave me the save symbol. Okay, so this means that either we can do just chatting, or I can do Magium, which I haven't done in a while. What are y'all feeling? Is there anyone who would have preference in the chat right now? Otherwise, I will probably switch over to Magium. Alright, Magium it is. Alright, so I'm gonna go on BRB for a little bit while I set everything up. It has been a while since I've done this, so yeah, I will be back after I finish setting everything up. And I'll explain more what this is. So BRB. To the chain. Yep, that one worked. This isn't cool. This is so creepy. What the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck? What is that? What is that? What is that? Weird, was that an arm? The arm was suspiciously low. They're socks. You can't do this with boots. See, you can't do this with. I did these with socks because these are socks. Wait, so Necrotic, are you taking my side now? Yeah, the other ones are boots. They're very similar to slippers, which is why I wear them. They're very comfortable. But these are socks. Now, the other ones are boots because they have a rubber sole that will protect me if I were to step on a tack or something. These would not protect me. Yeah, suddenly light is no longer a problem, is it? Let there be light. Alright, so this must be the other one. Wait, no, that's not it. Where's the arch?
I knew we had a shared passion, Hunter.
Thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you. Gosh. Fire's pretty cool, am I right? Or maybe not. I guess it's the opposite of cool, isn't it? Run! Run! My life literally depends on it. Fuck, I think I went the wrong way. God damn it, god damn it, god damn it. Button, press, button, press. I actually screamed a little there. Fuck. You were brutal this round. This is new, right? Well, this new thing lasted like 3 seconds. This looks like an elevator.
Bitch! I love you!
That was new. If you click on those, that'll give you access to like the sound alert stuff that I have set up for bits. There's also, I have some sound alerts that are free that you're able to access there as well, like the GG sound. But that's where all of the jump scares are, and shoutouts or Lumia. I swear I'm not slowed, not. So he's able to do it without even touching them now? There we go. Shit.
Yours definitely has more girth, I'll give you that. Yours is bigger, but bigger's not always better.
Alright,
Mine
guys.
is respectable.
Whose is better?
Has a good formation.
We're doing a poll right now.
You're doing a poll right now.
Whose dick is better? Erkamus? Teddy. If you click on those, that'll give you access to like the sound alert stuff that I have set up for bits. There's also, I have some sound alerts that are free that you're able to access there as well, like the GG sound. But that's where all of the jump scares are, and shoutouts or Lumia. I swear I'm not slowed, not.
Anything like that before.
The dragon that attacked my carriage was wearing a collar, and Professor Fig was genuinely baffled by its behavior.
That attack always did strike me as a little strange, seemingly coming out of nowhere. Surely you aren't suggesting that the collars somehow control the poor creatures?
Exactly.
Merlin, I don't think the dragon we set free was wearing a collar, but we should check. And if we can find her, we can return her egg.
A new challenger appears.
Rip Lady Daddy. Oh my god. I'm voting my own thing, but if it weren't my own thing, I would totally. I appreciate you making me look old, because I am old. Clearly.
The reigning champion wins ties. Next time, get more votes.
I am old. shit! Oh, this is wobbly. Shit. I feel like my fuel is getting weaker or something because they're going out so easily today. Krape zapi, ape wapas krape zapi wapans, thape lopak mapi apan rapum, aparapa wapa rapum, aparapa rapum wapat rapats, rapats mapi rapats mapi krape zapi, ape wapas krape zapi wapans. There, I did it. Sure, go ahead.
Anything like that before. The dragon that attacked my carriage was wearing a collar, and Professor Fig was genuinely baffled by its behavior.
That attack always did strike me as a little strange, seemingly coming out of nowhere. Surely you aren't suggesting that the collars somehow control the poor creatures?
Exactly.
Merlin, I don't think the dragon we set free was wearing a collar, but we should check. And if we can find her, we can return her egg.
I creep up on my victims. Hi, Seeking. You should. What? Guys, I won. Holy shit. Guys. Vulcan is a Star Trek thing, and I. Holy shit! Guys, this never happens. Audience of one lives. Hell yeah! Congratulations, audience. Holy shit! Okay, Ergmis, cause of death. Everyone hated what they wrote. It's fair. Oh gosh. No. Stay away, please. I like personal space and not being touched by evil and darkness. I don't like being eaten. It's just a personal preference. You know, to each their own. I know you like eating people, and I understand that, but please don't eat me. What are you doing? Oh gosh, that's why. There's no room to silly salmon without damaging my equipment. Ugh. What? Guys, I won. Holy shit. Guys. Vulcan is a Star Trek thing, and I. Holy shit! Guys, this never happens. Audience of one lives. Hell yeah! Congratulations, audience. Holy shit! Okay, Ergmis, cause of death. Everyone hated what they wrote. It's fair. You can tell that I'm a real professional when it comes to doing face paint because I'm using my hand instead of like a brush or something. And everyone, like the professionals will tell you that that's really recommended, right?
Yours definitely has more girth, I'll give you that. Hers is bigger, but bigger's not always better.
Alright,
Mine is
guys.
respectable.
Whose is better?
Good formation.
We're doing a poll right now.
You're doing a poll right now.
Whose dick is better? Ergamus, Teddy. There we go. Shit. Brilliant crotch shots. Thank you. This game makes me panic. Oh my god. This isn't cool. This is so creepy. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What is that? What is that? What is that? Weird, was that an arm? The arm was suspiciously low. Hello, I'm back. Thank you everyone for being patient. Let me update that. Lordos, welcome back. Thank you for the follow. Oh, I forgot to turn off all of the sound alerts and everything. Huh. I knew I was forgetting something. It's been so long since I've done this. Welcome back. I hope that your break from Twitch was what you needed. I've definitely had to take a break from Twitch a couple times. It can get very tiring. Okay, we're gonna go... Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Video mode, I'll go over here. Don't want to mute myself. Cool. Okay, so it's been a very long time since we've done this. The people who have been here before know that the way I like to do this is I like to record everything separately so I can upload it to YouTube separately. So I'm going to act as if I am starting the stream over and greet everyone, and then I'm going to explain more what we are going to be doing here. So without further ado, let's begin. Hi everyone, I'm Lady Teddy. I'm going to be reading to you guys from Magium, which is a text-based choose-your-own-adventure story app that is free, and it's on both Android and iOS, and I highly recommend it. If you guys... There's a lot of different stories, there's a lot of different paths that you can take. It's a really, really amazing story. So I recommend you guys download it for yourself. If you don't want to download it for yourself, but you do want to know what is going on, all of my previous readings are on YouTube in a Magium playlist, which you can ! Magium, and that'll send you directly to the playlist. The way that this works is it is choose your own adventure. So if we get to a choice, I'm going to read out what the choices are, and you guys can help me make a decision. Right now we are achievement hunting because we need to get 1 or 2 more achievements in order to unlock the 3rd book. So I'm going to remind you guys what the achievements are that we need to unlock, and then yes, words. I know how to do the words. And I'll remind you guys what the achievements are, and I'll let you guys make decisions. If it's just informational or dialogue or whatever, we'll just, you know, go. All sound alerts and everything are turned off right now because I want this to be relaxing, so I wouldn't recommend redeeming any of those. Let's go. Currently, we have just started chapter 4. They have just... What's going on? Okay, so the achievements for chapter 4 of book 2. Oh wait, no. Not a team player. Get 2 of the members from your division killed through your actions. Intimidation successful. Managed to avoid an assassin. I don't think that it's possible to get that one. There's certain ones that are just not possible, which is why I have to look it up. Yeah, we won't be able to do that one. Hadrick saves the day. We also can't do that one. The calculated risk, we can do that one. And Trampler Slayer, which we already have. Okay, so we're aiming for not a team player, get 2 of your members from your division killed through your actions, and a calculated risk. Sometimes it's better to take small risks than to go the extra mile just to be completely certain. I think for that one... and then there's the second page. I don't think we'll be able to do Spear Thrower. We can't do Who Needs Stats. And we can't do Time Stop. So we can't do any of these. But we only need 3 more. Yes, well, oh well. Shinobi Neon, hello, welcome in. How are you doing today? So what's just happened is the main party has been accused of a crime that they didn't do, but they've been accused anyways, in order to right their wrongs. The way that the government is handling it is they are being forced to fight in a life and death gladiator style arena where they're going to be fighting against monsters and other gladiators. I'm doing okay. Thank you for asking. Barry, the main character, met this chick named Leia, or Layla, in his division because the party has been broken up. And they realized that they were able to sabotage the arena, so they just went into some underground caverns where they killed off a bunch of monsters, fought a bunch of other people, met up with Aluna and this other dude that they met while down there. They ended up fighting against the troll captain and meeting the owner of the arena, and they found out that because they kidnapped the Minotaur, this is too confusing. Lordos, hello! Welcome back. I hope that your break from Twitch was resuscitative and what you needed. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. They just got back from their adventure underground, and they're tired. The trapdoor above us opens, allowing the platform to slowly lift us through the through the thick layer of rock making up the cave ceiling. Once we get close to the height level of our division cells, the second trapdoor opens, and the platform slows down to a halt as we finally reach our destination. Almost immediately after it stops, the elevator changes its course and it starts to descend back towards the lower levels. We jump off the platform and onto the cell's floor while the trapdoor closes itself back up, blocking the elevator from our view. What's going on? We hear a voice come from behind us. How did you get in here? And how in God's name did you get so bloody wet? As both Layla and I turn, we quickly realize that the elevator did not in fact lead us back to Layla's room. Instead, it led us to cell number 3, which is one of the doors that the desk worker offered me to choose from when I first got here, and also the room that is currently being inhabited by the mage who got locked up in this place yesterday. The mage is looking at us with a somewhat frightened look, with a trickle of sweat running down his forehead, and he appears to be hiding something behind his back. "Sorry to bother you," I tell the mage. "We went out for a swim and we got lost on our way back. We'll be out of your hair as soon as you unlock that door for us." "Out for a swim?" the mage asks, shocked. "You were trying to escape, weren't you? Give me one good reason why I shouldn't call the guards right now and tell them what you're doing." "If you let us go, I won't ask about that thing you're hiding behind your back, or go ahead, the arena owner already knows what happened." You have so many questions, but please continue. Shinobi, if you are interested in this story and would like to and don't want to play it for yourself, it is a app. It's called Magium. It's free for both Android and iOS, and it's really good. I recommend it. But if you don't want to, but you do want to know what's going on, all of my previous readings are in a Magium playlist on YouTube. But feel free to ask questions. I know that you guys do not know what's going on, do not know who these characters are, and you're allowed to ask. Basically, there's this witch lady who gives guys some type of stamina spell that allows them to... Okay, Lordos! No. So, what Lordos is talking about is there is one scene that hasn't even happened yet. This hasn't even happened yet. It hasn't even happened yet because we're achievement hunting right now in order to get to the next book. But there's a one scene where, there's this chick, Melindra, who comes on to the main character, and you have the option of sleeping with her. And since y'all are allowed to influence the game, Melindra, there's an R in between the R, the D. Melindra. So the chat chose to sleep with her, and because she's kind of a bitch, she was like, most guys aren't able to satisfy me, so she basically used magic Viagra to enhance his stamina, and then they boned for like 8 hours. Okay, so I once again, since the achievements do go in order, I believe not a team player, get 2 of the members from your division killed through your actions. That is the first one. I don't think that this will influence anything, so if anyone has a preference here, now is your chance. Otherwise, I will make the decision for us in about a minute. The way this works is, I know that a lot of people like to just fall asleep to the sound of being read to in my voice, or they just like relaxing and don't like the pressure of choosing, and that's totally fine. But if people do want to participate, I will go with whatever the majority of chat chooses. Sounds like... I mean, it does seem like Barry and Melindra had a good time. Don't you have a YouTube series for Magium? Or you are correct. I do have a YouTube playlist for Magium that is on YouTube. You can do !Magium. Maybe I should put that in my title. !Magium. And that will take you to the playlist. You're always full of ideas. Did you just come up with an idea and I missed it? Or were you just, you know, thinking? I mean, that wasn't really an idea. That was you asking if I had already had that idea, which I had. But good job, nonetheless. I feel like it's been about a minute. Did anyone want to weigh in here? And what was... Oh, that's true. I guess it did. You've been thinking of doing an ASMR storytime stream? You get a lot of compliments on your voice. Hey, that's why I started doing this. If you do end up deciding to do something along these lines, make sure that you either have the author's permission or the book is public domain, because you can, or just don't save the VODs, because it's a copyright infringement, because you're basically making a free audiobook. You would listen to a cat samurai? Is this your way of saying that I should put on the cat ears? Oh, you're a writer, so you can read your... Oh, yeah, that way you do have the author's permission, so yeah, you should do that. That would be really cool. You're a samurai cat VTuber. Oh, that's cool. I'll follow you. I'll check you out. But if you don't give yourself permission, well then that's, you know... I guess you could always try and sue yourself for copyright infringement. See how that works out for you. So you said the first one? If you let us go, I won't ask about that thing you were hiding behind your back. What thing? The mage shouts. I'm not hiding anything behind my back. It's not going to work, Layla writes while looking directly at the mage. What's with the writing? The mage asks, confused, while looking at Layla. Is this how you talk? What's not going to work? What about having an AI write your story? Well, AIs generally will draw from sources of information, so you might end up accidentally plagiarizing someone's work anyways, because the AI might just copy and paste because they're not actually all that creative. Layla reaches for the floor in order to pick up an object that looks like it was made by gluing several pieces of scrap metal together in the most random way possible. The item is small enough to fit in her palm, so she grabs it with one hand and she stretches her arm towards the mage, bringing the metal object several inches away from his face. This, Layla writes, this is what's not going to work. I don't know what you're talking about, the mage says, feigning ignorance. That's just a piece of scrap metal. No, Layla writes, this is a device that's meant to enhance your physical abilities for a limited amount of time. And that thing you are hiding behind your back is likely meant to act as a bridge between you and your scrap metal device, allowing you to transfer your magical energy into it over a period of time. How did you... the mage starts to say, but he stops himself when he sees a new text appear in front of him. You can't use this device in the arena, Layla writes. It will be detected immediately. If you don't get it to somehow link itself directly to your magical aura, the magical energy will burst from the device when you activate it. The magical energy that will burst from the device when you activate it will trigger all the magical detectors in a 5-mile radius. Either way, if you do somehow get it to work, the device is so poorly made that you won't be able to use it for more than a few minutes, even if you spend the whole day charging it. A few minutes is more than enough in an arena, the mage shouts. A few minutes can mean the difference between life and death. You don't know how terrifying an arena can be. You have no idea. If I can get even the slightest advantage out of this device, I will use it gladly. I would have to take yourself to court. You would demand permission, but you would be in no mood for your shenanigans. You'd also probably have to pay to, sue and for a lawyer and everything, and even if you do end up having to pay yourself for the copyright infringement, you probably would end up just, losing money in the whole affair. Dogs, math, and black lipstick. Why? But math is fun. What about a mathematician dog who happens to wear black lipstick? Dogs don't have lips, though. Don't say I didn't warn you, Layla writes as she hands the mage his scrap metal device. The mage takes the device and he looks at it for a few seconds with a contemplative expression on his face. He then pulls out a key from his pocket and he walks past us to unlock and then open the door. This meeting never took place, the mage says as he looks towards each of us in turn. Do you understand? Now go on. Get out of here. You don't need to tell us twice, I say as I head out the door and leave the room together with Layla. What is your job, Lordos, that you're around dogs so much? If you don't mind my asking. As the mage closes the door behind us, the two of us start to head towards our rooms. I'm surprised that you could tell what that device was meant just from one glance, I say. I used to spend a lot of time with in my father's workshop back when we were living in our forest cabin, Layla writes. I learned a thing or two while watching him work. Do you think he'll be able to modify the device in time for the arena? I ask her. It's possible, Layla writes, but he'll need to do it fast. He won't be able to charge it with energy while he's tinkering with it, and I'll need to charge it for at least 10 hours to get any decent use out of it, given how inefficient it is. We should go get changed, I say. I also want to take a look through my notebook to see if I can find any useful information on the creatures we've seen in the caverns. I'll see you in a few hours to tell you what I found. Layla nods. See you later, Layla writes as she heads towards her room. I go back to my own room as well, and the first thing I do after I enter is search my backpack for a dry shirt and a new pair of pants. So if, and when people call for leaks, they say their dogs are friendly and won't put the dogs up. And they say the dogs will lick you to death. Well, you have come to find out they don't lick you to death. That's unfortunate. I'm sorry that you have to deal with that. That's really annoying. Dogs tend to be less friendly in their own home because they get defensive. Especially if they're not, like, monitoring the situation. That's really annoying. Once I get changed and leave my wet clothes to dry, I pick up my notebook and I get back to studying. About 1 hour after I started reading, I got a call on my transceiver from Flower. "Barry, are you okay?" Flower asks me out of the blue with a bit of panic in her voice. I could immediately tell that it was her and not Aluna speaking from the tone of her voice. "Yeah, I'm alive," I say. "We managed to get back to our cells about an hour ago." "Thank the gods," Flower says. "When I heard about what happened, I got really worried, especially when I found out that you got left alone with that jerk Fearon. Petal's been worried sick, too." "Oh?" I ask her, surprised. "Did she say that?" "Well, technically," Flower says, "what she said was that if you couldn't handle yourself in a situation like that after joining this tournament, then you deserved your fate. But I'm sure that's not what she really meant." "Oh yeah? Well, you can tell her that her blue eyes make her look fat. It's okay, I know she means well. What about Araka? Was she not worried about me?" Araka is an evil spirit trapped in an amulet that wants all of them to die and has also killed them once. But there were time travel shenanigans, so it didn't work. Just throwing that out there. If there's anyone who has a preference here, now is your chance to say so. I will give y'all about a minute. You gotta add some more. Oh yeah, I'm saying it's really annoying that the owners aren't putting their dogs up. They really should be. My hair is sort of in a ponytail right now. Like, I left a lot of hair down, but my hair is partially up. So that's probably why. Also, it's like really dirty right now. So it might look darker than usual. Also, it's dark. I really need to wash it. Okay, so what about Araka? Was she not worried about me? Of course I was, Araka says. I'm worried about you all the time. I keep praying every day that someone will finally find a cure for your morbid stupidity, but I've had no luck so far. Don't be discouraged, though. I'm sure that someone will eventually put you out of your misery. Thank you for your kind words, I tell her. Hey, no problem, Araka says. Also, would you mind telling me how in the hell you managed to convince the troll to let you go? I thought for sure you were done for when I sensed him come near you. You mean Velgos? I ask her. The troll that wouldn't die even if you cut his head off? He got stopped by the arena owner. Apparently he wants to make a show of our fight, and we'll be fighting the troll in the second round of the arena instead. Araka says, I'll be looking forward to it. Be careful, Barry, Flower says. We won't be able to help you when you're in the arena. Yeah, I know, I say. Don't worry, I'll be fine. But thank you for your concern. After I got done talking to Flower and Aluna, I spend another hour studying my notebook, and then I start calling my friends from the other divisions one by one in order to tell them of my findings. When I got to Kate, I also decided to tell her about her old inmate from the beacon to see how she'd react. Hey Kate, I say, do you remember having met a young Lasathi girl with silver hair who couldn't talk back when you were at the Beacon of Hope? Or maybe she had black hair back then. I'm not sure. There's a brief pause after I finish my phrase, during which I can't even hear the sound of Kate's breathing. How do you know about Layla? Kate asks me after a few seconds. So you do remember her, I say. Were the two of you on good terms, or... Tell me how you know about her, Kate shouts. Okay, I say. I met her the other day. She's a member of my division. She's still alive. There's another brief pause during which Kate doesn't say anything. You are certain of this? Kate says. How do you know it's really her? She might have been trying to trick you. Anyone can dye their hair white and pretend that they're not able to speak. The Layla I know should have been dead a long time ago. Oh, Abtots, how was your stream? Do I still stream the same? Last year we were here, I only streamed No, I used to stream 4 times a week. Now I'm streaming only 3 times a week. But I used to stream Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Now I'm streaming Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And I'm trying to stream earlier in the day. Right, okay. Why? I say. Did you find her body? No, Layla says. I did not. Well then, I say. I guess it wouldn't hurt you to meet her, would it? You'll be able to tell for yourself if it's really her when you see her up close. All right, Barry, Kate says. I'll agree to meet her. But be careful around her. You can't know for sure that it's really her. There were a lot of Lasathi in that institution who knew about us. The information could have gotten out in any number of ways. Fine, I'll be careful, I say. I'll see you at the arena tomorrow. Don't be late. See you tomorrow, Kate says simply, and then we both close the transmission. Once I make sure that every one of my friends knows about the monsters from the arena and their weaknesses, I decide that it's time to get back to Layla in order to finally formulate a plan for how to deal with tomorrow's events. When I reach her room, I knock 3 times and she opens her door, dressed in the same clothes that she was wearing when we got back from the caverns. Her clothes are not as wet as they were when we returned, but they are definitely nowhere near dry yet. You didn't get changed? I ask her, shocked. I don't have any change of clothes, Layla writes. I wasn't carrying a backpack with me when I got captured. Well, why didn't you say something? I say. You could have asked me for some spare clothes until yours dried up. I didn't want to be a bother, Layla writes. Wait a minute, I say. If you don't have a backpack with you, then what about food? Don't tell me that you haven't eaten anything since you came here. The guards have provided me with a minimum supply of food and water, Layla writes, just enough to get by. It's not a problem. Of course it's a problem, I say. Wait here, I'm going to bring you a change of clothes and some food. No, you don't have to, Layla starts to write, but I ignore her and I go back to my room in search for some spare clothes and some beef jerky from my backpack. I then come back to Layla and I hand her a long-sleeved shirt, a pair of pants, the jerky, and a bottle of water. Here you go, I tell Layla. Now hurry up and get changed, will you? You wouldn't want to catch a cold right before the arena. Thank you, Layla writes as she takes what I've given her and then closes the door in order to get changed. She opens the door a bit later, dressed in my clothes with the long sleeves of the shirt hanging past her hands and the pants trailing on the ground behind her. These clothes are a little big for me, Layla writes. You look fine, I tell her. It's not like you'll be fighting in these clothes at the arena event. It's just until your own clothes dry off. Come on, let's go inside. I want to tell you what I found out while reading my notebook. We both enter her room and I spend the next 15 minutes telling her about the most important parts of my findings. She listens closely to what I have to say while taking a bite from the beef jerky I gave her every so often. After I'm done talking, she puts the jerky on the bed besides her and starts to write. From what you're telling me, Layla writes, I understand that our biggest problem by far will be the troll and his higher-than-average regeneration. Yeah, I tell her. It's already known that a troll can regenerate faster... I tell her. It's already known that a troll can regenerate fast enough to not die from a wound to the heart, but a troll being able to survive with its head cut off is something that I didn't think was possible. I guess it goes to show how little we really know about regeneration in general. According to all the books I've read, any living being that's had its head severed from its body should not be able to live any longer. According to all the books I've read, any living being that's had its head severed from its body should not be able to live any longer, regardless of how high its regeneration is. The fact that the body could even regenerate its head contradicts our most basic knowledge about how a troll's body is supposed to work. But the troll didn't regenerate its head, Layla writes. The head kept talking from the ground and the body had to pick it back up. You're right, I say. This means that the link between the body and the head is somehow not broken even after the two of them got separated. Maybe we can use this. If the troll is still using its head to see and hear even after it's been severed from the body, then maybe we can cut its head off, pick it up, then blindfold it or something, leaving his body defenseless. I don't think that the troll would leave himself open like that again in the arena, Layla writes. I used the element of surprise before, but now he knows how fast I am and he won't let me cut his head off again so easily. Well, the only way you can kill a regular troll, I say, is either by cutting its head off or burning it alive. If cutting the head off is not an option, then the only alternative we have left is fire. That being said, getting access to any sort of flames will be next to impossible in the arena, and that troll is even wearing anti-magic armor, which gives him protection to fire. Even if we somehow manage to find a way to burn him, we'd first have to damage his armor badly enough that the magical protections on it would wear off. Do you think we should talk about this with the other members of our division? Layla writes. Maybe they could come up with some ideas. I suppose it couldn't hurt to hear their opinions on the matter? No, let them find their own information. We almost died to get ours. Just a reminder. The achievement we are going for is not a team player. Get 2 of your members killed from 2 members from your division killed through your actions. So, you know. It was good, I'm glad to hear that, Abdots. Lourdes, I dropped out because my mental health took a dive. So now I am doing TMS again, but I'm still sticking. The reason I was streaming only like 2 days a week was because my mental health took a dive and I kept canceling streams because I just didn't have the energy and mental bandwidth to stream. TMS, it is a treatment program that I did last year. It stands for transcranial magnetic stimulation. And it was like magic for me. Not completely, but it stopped me from being suicidal for almost a year. And I'm still not suicidal, I've just got some ideation. So they warned me that for long-term chronic mental health issues, it can... Do you get overstimulated? Yeah, definitely. I definitely do get overstimulated. Yeah. My mental health had been declining for a while, and school, and there was a bunch of stuff that happened over one weekend that really just pushed me over the edge. And I've been referring to it as the day my brain broke, where it was just like, okay, now it's time to go back to TMS, which they warned me that for people who have long-term chronic depression and anxiety, frequently they do need more than 1 round of treatments. No, it wasn't the party. Wait, maybe? I don't know. I am feeling better. It's only been a week, but I'm already feeling more stable. My brain feels significantly more stable than it did last week even. My therapist even commented on it. She was like, you seem a lot more stable. And it's only been a week. Yeah, thank you, I appreciate it. So yeah, TMS is very helpful. And to anyone that has chronic, long-term, or treatment-resistant depression and anxiety, or just treatment-resistant depression, I would strongly recommend looking up TMS because it is incredible. I've never experienced anything like it. Yeah, that's the thing about depression. You can never really tell. Yeah. That's one of the reasons I try to be open about my mental health, is because I know that I don't frequently come off as someone who has severe mental health issues, and being open about it raises awareness that most of the time you can't tell. Anyways, again, the goal what we are going for right now is we're not a team player. That's the achievement we're going for right now. So I suppose it couldn't hurt to hear their opinions on the matter. No, let them find their own information. We almost died to get ours. Would someone like to weigh in here? Y'all have about a minute. Oh, thank you, Lordos. I appreciate that. Yeah, I really do appreciate how supportive y'all have been. And if you need to take Twitch breaks, I support you in doing that as well. Well, I mean, same. I'm an AI program, remember? Just an AI program that also lives in the computer. Alright, I'm gonna go with the one that is the one that we need for the achievement. No, let them find their own information. We almost died to get ours. No, let them find their own information. We almost died to get ours. Okay, Layla writes. So our main problem remains the troll, I say. Layla nods, and I pause for a few seconds to think about what to do next. I think I'm going to return to my room and try to dig up some more information, I say. I'll search for every note that I've written regarding regeneration, and I'll try to see if I can make some sense of this situation. Maybe if we properly understand the troll's ability, we can find a way to counter it. Let me know if you come up with any ideas in the meantime. I will, Layla writes. Well then, I guess I'm off, I say. I'll see you again later. See you later, Layla writes, and then I leave her room to go back to my own room. As I close the door to my room behind me, I pick up my notebook once again. My thoughts race towards the Lysathi who offered me the deal with the king. I still haven't told any of my friends about it. Should I tell them about it? No, I definitely should not. Most of them would probably not agree with me helping the Lysathi, and they'd likely get upset about it. It's better to keep this to myself. Still, I can't help but wonder who the last-minute addition to our division is going to be, and just how they're planning to have him fix all of my problems. Surely they're not expecting some Lysathi to take care of all those beasts by himself, do they? As I am lost in thought while mechanically turning the pages of my notebook one by one, my eyes chance upon a paragraph that I seem to have skipped the last few times I was skimming through these texts. This paragraph mentions a theory that is not very popular among scholars, which states that the high regeneration of some creatures may be a result of an innate difference between their auras and ours. I suddenly remember Eden's lecture when we entered the city, when he was telling me that if you mess enough with a person's aura, you can even stop them from aging. What if what he told me is true, then it wouldn't be that far of a stretch to assume that a special type of aura could grant someone a high regeneration rate. If that is the case, then could this aura perhaps also help in keeping the limbs functional even if they are severed from the body? I'll admit that my knowledge about auras is limited. But from the little that I know, a person's aura is not supposed to have unlimited range. What were to happen then if the troll's head would be taken too far away from the body after it's been cut off? Would his consciousness fade away? Would that make him die for good? If we ever manage to cut that troll's head off again, this is definitely something that's worth testing out. I ended up spending the day trying to look up more information to confirm my theory. Unfortunately, not a lot of research has been done on this subject, since most people can barely even read the level of magical power in someone's aura. So the theory that an aura could influence a body's regeneration has been deemed as not grounded in facts by most respectable groups of scholars. And the few who wanted to pursue this theory did not receive the appropriate funding to do so. I spent my whole day researching this, and all I have to show for it is an outlandish theory based on another outlandish theory whose validity hinged mostly on one of Eden's offhanded remarks. Better than nothing, I guess. I put my notebook back in my backpack, and I prepared to go to sleep. I'll have more time to study tomorrow. Before falling asleep, Layla came to knock on my door in order to bring me back my clothes. I asked her if she came up with any ideas, and she said that the only thing that came... A Slim Dirtbag, hello, welcome in. And the only thing that came to her mind was that we could try to crush the troll's head after we beheaded him, in hopes that the head would no longer regenerate after it's been cut off from the body. The next day, our recreation period was scheduled towards noon. As I stepped out of my cell to meet the others, I noticed, to my surprise, that everyone was gathered in the middle of the room, sitting on the floor except for Wilhelm, who was standing up shuffling a deck of cards. "You're late," Wilhelm says. "Have a seat. We were almost about to start without you." "What's going on here?" I asked Wilhelm. "You are wondering," says Wilhelm, "why we are all suddenly on friendly terms after we have been mostly ignoring each other for the past few days? The answer is simple. It is because the owner of the arena has just paid us a visit." "The owner?" I ask him, surprised. "Yes," Wilhelm says. "He was told by the guards in this place that we haven't really been using these recreation periods to get to know each other. He therefore decided to come here personally in order to graciously inform us that if we aren't planning to act as a team, he will be sending us one by one to our deaths instead of giving us the chance to work together. He also let us know that today's recreation period is the last time when we have to prove that we are able to cooperate with each other." "So that's why you're all playing cards then," I say. "Well, we had to start somewhere," Wilhelm says, "and I just happened to have a deck of cards with me, so I said, why not?" "Fair enough," I say. "So, what exactly are we playing?" We're playing a game of shut your mouth and pick up the damn cards," one of the two thugs says to me in a menacing tone. If the game is shut your mouth and why are your lips moving? That didn't answer my question. I've never heard of this game before. Could you please teach me the rules? If anyone has a preference here, now is your chance. Otherwise, I will make a decision in about a minute. I believe the bottom is what we went with in the actual playthrough. So if we want new dialogue, we would go with this one. Lucifer the Falling One, hello from California, welcome in. You are totally fine. You're not obligated to be here, which means that you're not late. Thank you for joining. Alright, I'm gonna go with the first one. If the game is called Shut Your Mouth, then why are your lips moving? What did you just say to me, you piece of sh... The thug starts to say. Then he gets up. Well, he gets up, but then he gets interrupted by Wilhelm. Now, Wilhelm says as he puts a hand on the thug's shoulder in order to stop him from reaching me. We're all supposed to act as a team here, remember? Get your filthy hands off me, you lowborn scum, the thug tells Wilhelm. I'm not sure if anyone else noticed, but for a second there, I'm pretty sure that I could see Wilhelm's cheerful expression turn into one of pure bloodlust as he heard the thug's words. I didn't get to see any more of his reaction because Bruce suddenly began to laugh out loud, causing us all to turn our eyes to him instead. Did you just call him a lowborn scum? Bruce says. And what are you supposed to be? The long-lost Prince of Ulnar? No, says the mage that got locked up here yesterday. That makes him a disinherited noble. Take a good look at that filthy rag that he's wearing as a scarf. It bears the mark of the Trillius Tellurius family. The Tellurius family, Bruce says. Ha! So I guess that makes him a highborn scum then. My apologies. He laughs again. Can we please get back to our game of cards? Wilhelm asks. The guards are still listening. Nobody cares about your game of cards, Wilbert, Bruce says. The owner said we have to talk, so we're talking. He didn't say anything about playing cards. Go do it by yourself if you like playing cards so much. My name is Wilhelm, not Wilbert, Wilhelm says in a calm but menacing tone. As Wilhelm stops talking, a blue writing appears in the middle of us with large characters so that we can all see it clearly. Please excuse me, the text says, but I would like to begin discussing our strategy for tomorrow now, if you all don't mind. We all turn towards Layla, who is staring at us with an upset look on her face. Oh, Bruce says. Of course. Maybe we should start doing that. I could not agree more, Wilhelm says. And just what exactly are we supposed to talk about? Exactly? The mage says. We still haven't been given any information in regards to tomorrow's events. The only thing we know so far is that we're likely going to be battling mythical creatures of some kind in one of the rounds. Layla gives me a look. I wonder if she's having second thoughts about us not telling them of what we found out in the caverns. If I were to change my mind, there would definitely not be a better moment than this. Ask Wilhelm if he overheard the guards say anything about the arena. Tell everyone what we found out in the caverns. Remember, for achievement hunting, the achievement we are looking for right now is not a team player. Get 2 of the members from your division killed through your actions, not a team player. Which means, I feel like there's a pretty obvious choice here, but if someone could argue with me why we should pick the other one, y'all have about a minute. And no, Lucifer the Falling One did not make me angry, Lordos. There's no need to pick fights, or try and start fights here. Am I looking at a fire? No, I'm looking at my phone. You love... Well, if you are interested, this is a free app called Magium that is available for both Android and iOS, and it's really good. And it is choose your own adventure. There's like a bunch of different paths, and there's stats and stuff. It's a bunch of different paths you can take. It's really good. I have a ton of respect for the author. I see Red, thank you so much for being here. Welcome in. Okay. Ask Will. Hey Wilhelm, I say. Did you happen to overhear the guards saying anything about the arena events? As a matter of fact, I did, Wilhelm says. Last night, while I was trying to fall asleep, I heard 2 of the guards mention that there might be some harpies and some manticores in the first round. I think I might have also heard them saying something about gargoyles, but I'm not completely sure. That actually sounds better than what I was expecting, Bruce says. I mean, gargoyles are bad, sure, but they're nowhere near as dangerous as a hydra, for instance. Except for the fact that a hydra can't fly, the mage says. I'd much rather fight a hydra on the ground than fight a horde of flying creatures without magic or ranged weaponry. This is not all I've heard the guards say about the arena, Wilhelm says. I also heard them speak about who will be facing in the second round. Apparently it's some famous troll mercenary by the name of Velgos. They were saying that he's fought in the arena before and that he's considered to be on par with the undefeated champion of the arena. Velgos, Bruce says. Never heard of him. Neither have I, the mage says. If a troll is the best they've got, Bruce says, then maybe I've been overestimating the organizers a little. I've killed plenty of trolls. I've killed plenty of trolls before. All that you need to do is cut off their heads. It's as simple as that. Forget the troll, the mage says. We need to focus on the creatures. Does anyone know any weaknesses we can use against them? Tell them the creature's weaknesses, tell them nothing. Once again, the achievement we're going for right now is not a team player. So, someone can argue with me why I should tell them. We're taking a break anyways, because I need to rest my voice. But, this is the one we should go with. If anyone would like to weigh in and agree with me, now's your chance. Their heads? How you reach them? What do you mean? What do you mean their heads? You mean my water? That's okay. Thank you for being here, Icy Red. There's no pressure to talk if you don't want to. I appreciate you being here. No, Trollheads was questioning my techniques, given that I am very wee on the wee scale. Well, the main character is a man who I gather is taller, considering he just gave a woman his clothes and it was like really big. So I'm guessing he's taller. Tall-ish, at the very least. And they've got stats that make it so they can jump really high and stuff. That's how. I've got maxed out strength stats, And oh no, just the strength stats. That's all I got going for me. Okay, tell them nothing. There's a brief pause during which nobody says anything. To our surprise, the one to break the silence was none other than the thug from the Tellurius family. I know a thing or two about mythical creatures, the thug says. I've been reading about them in my free time before they threw me out of the mansion. Harpies and manticores used to come up at... Harpies and manticores used to come up very often in these types of books. So, there were advantages to being an ex-noble, Bruce says. Who would have thought? Well, come on, don't be shy and tell us everything you know. We're going to need as much information as we can get if we want to live through tomorrow. For once, I agree with Bruce, Wilhelm says. Make sure you give us all the details you can remember. We'll also try to chip in when we can, if we happen to remember any extra information from myths and legends that might be of help. The rest of the recreation period was spent discussing about the creatures described by the thug, and also about the various strategies that we could employ to defeat them. I didn't really get involved much in their discussions, since I can't say that I'd trust any of them to have my back during a fight. A few hours after the recreation period, I went to Layla's room so we could have our own separate strategy meeting, discussing about all the possible creatures that we may encounter and about how we could deal with them. Sweet dreams, Abtoz. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Thank you for stopping by. Hang on. By the end of the day, we didn't manage to come up with better plans against the troll than our original ones. So all we could do was hope that at least one of them would work out all right. Once I get back to my room, late in the evening, I lay down on my bed and I fall asleep like a rock. The next day I get woken up in the morning by one of the guards telling me to pack my bags because we're leaving in 20 minutes. I put all of my stuff back in my backpack, and then I walk out the door and into the recreation room where the other members of my division were slowly starting to gather up. As soon as we're all set to go, we begin to leave our division's area one by one, and we stop outside the door where we are greeted by an employee of the arena who collects all of our keys and tells us to follow him. As we walk through the dimly lit tunnels, members from the other divisions are slowly beginning to walk out of their division areas as well, and follow their guides through the corridors. When we finally reach the upper levels, we are told to line up in an orderly fashion so that the guards who were sent to escort us to the arena will have an easier time keeping eyes on us. I didn't get to see any of my friends as we advanced towards the arena, but I did see a pretty big crowd of people making its way to the arena to see the show, and a very long line at the ticket booth. The guards lead us through the gladiator entrance of the arena, and they show us to our locker rooms, where we get to store our belongings for the duration of the show. After we're done putting our backpacks in the lockers, the guards tell us that we're allowed to roam freely through the arena designated for the... Tell us we're allowed to roam freely through the area designated for the gladiators until the events begin. But that we will need to gather up in the waiting area of our division after the sound of the first horn. Zebrafinch, hello, welcome in. How are you doing? I figured that this would be the best moment to arrange a meeting between Layla and Kate, so I told Layla about my idea and asked her to follow me. She seemed a bit hesitant at first, but in the end she decided to come with me. The area that we were given access to was the area right below the spectator seats, circling the area where the fighting is about to take place. The fighting area reserved for the gladiators looks much larger than those from the arenas that I've read about before in history books. The amphitheater surrounding the arena seems to be big enough to host 30,000 spectators, if not more, and yet it does not seem that the seats are in any danger of not being filled. Even at this early hour of the morning, there are thousands of spectators pouring in through all of the entrances and then making their way through the rising tiers of seats, eager to reach their reserved spots and to watch the event of the century. I brushed it because I was planning on washing it, and then I got busy and didn't wash it, so it's dirty and I brushed it. But thank you, I appreciate it. It's also like half up. And I'm glad you're doing okay. Hopefully hanging out here can improve that. And I am doing okay as well. I was playing a game earlier, Alice, but I didn't take my motion sickness meds, and I was like, I can't play this anymore. I've lost my tolerance. It seems that 3 days were more than enough to spread the word throughout the city about today's event. We make our way through the lower level of the Colosseum while I look around, scanning the groups of gladiators to see if I can spot anyone I know. Half an hour later, we are still nowhere close to finding any trace of them. I tried reaching them through Darren's transceiver as well, but I've had no luck. There must be too many people trying to use transceivers in the area to be able to lock onto the correct signals. Where could they all be? The horn that announces the start of the events could be sounding any minute now. You like interactive fiction, aka if? Does this count as interactive fiction? Like choose your own adventure stories? Layla? I hear Kate's voice behind me. Layla, is that really you? Layla turns around at the sound of Kate's voice, but when she sees her face, she hesitates to write anything for a few moments. Kate, Layla starts to write, but she gets interrupted by Kate rushing towards her and hugging her as tightly as she can. Zebrafinch, if this is something you're interested in, it's called Magium. It is a free app for both Android and iOS, and it's really good, so I would recommend it if this is something you're interested in. If you don't want to play it yourself, you could always watch my previous playthroughs because they're in a playlist on YouTube, but it sounds like it is something you're interested in, and it's really good. I have so much respect for the author. And it's still coming out, too. Layla, Kate says. By the gods, I thought you were dead. They told us you died from the experiments. Oh gods, Layla, I am so sorry. I shouldn't have believed them. I should have gone looking for you like I did for all the others. You don't need to apologize. Layla writes, but then she stops her text when she realizes that Kate is currently keeping her eyes closed in an attempt to keep the tears from flowing out. I'm sorry, Kate says. I shouldn't have abandoned you like this. Please forgive me. I was so focused on Diane that I... The rest of Kate's words get drowned out by the sound of a very loud horn. It seems that the arena event is about to start. Kate, we need to go, Darren says. I only now notice that Darren and Hadrick were also there, standing behind Kate. They must have all met earlier and came looking for me together. I know, Kayla says as she wipes her tears with her sleeve. Please, keep her safe, Kate tells me simply as she walks past me, heading towards her division side of the arena. I will, I tell her. Kate, wait, Layla writes, but with her mouth open as if she'd forgotten that she can't talk. But Kate doesn't get to see the blue writing as she keeps walking away from us. Call after Kate. There is no time. The two of them can talk later. I don't have a preference here. If someone would like to weigh in, now is your chance. Otherwise, I will make a choice for us in about a minute. Zebrafinch, have you ever been here for Magium? Phoenix full of light, hello, welcome in. Maybe a long time ago. If you played that last year. I started doing this probably around October last year, so... Have I ever heard of Twine? No, I have not. What's Twine? You up for the second one? Okay. I decide to not call after Kate. The two of them can have more time to talk after we're done with the arena. Knock 'em dead, Barry, Hadrick says with his usual grin as he heads towards his own designated area. Or better yet, don't get killed, Darren tells me. We only need to survive the arena, not win it. I'll see you again after the end of the event. Remember, no need to do anything crazy. Just stay alive. Got it? Got it, I say. Once Darren is also gone, Layla and I decide to head towards our division as well. While we walk, I can't help but notice that Layla is looking a bit distracted. Don't worry, I tell her. You'll have time to talk with Kate as much as you want after the arena is over. Yes, Layla writes. Of course. So... Now, are you glad that you decided to follow me to meet Kate after all? I say. Layla smiles faintly. Yes, she writes. Yes, I am glad. Thank you. We make our way towards our division area, where all of our other teammates are already gathered. We then take our places next to the iron gratings blocking our access to the fighting arena. blocking our access to the fighting area in order to have a better view of what's happening in the arena. Apparently there are still some people who are making their way towards their seats. Most of the spectators seem to have found their places and are now restlessly waiting for the show to begin. I take a look to see if I can spot Flower, but the seats are too far away from me to be able to make out any details. The announcer is now verifying his magical voice magnifier in preparation for the arena. He is situated on an elevated platform above the spectator seats. As we all wait for the events to begin, I suddenly hear a familiar beeping noise coming from my pocket. At the same time, a similar beeping noise comes from the direction of Layla as well. Finally! I've been waiting for this moment. Alright, we're gonna, well... No, there's no reason to save. We'll save here. Do we want to invest points? We get 3 points, or we could invest them as we go. Let me check and see if points are relevant for any of the upcoming achievements. Because right now we're not doing a canon playthrough. We are Teddy, hello, welcome in. We are achievement hunting. Okay, actually, there is one thing we can do. Easy to use tool to make your own interactive vision. Twine is the answer. Oh, cool. I mean, I don't think my brain is as creative as it was when I was younger, so I don't think I could come up with a story to write. Certainly not one as complicated as this. This game is insane. Alright, we're just gonna... Once I'm done... and I'm good. Teddy, how are you? Have you written any of your own stories, Zebra? Once I'm done with my stat device, I put it back in my pocket, and I see that Layla is just about done with hers as well. Knowing her, she must have placed all of her points in toughness. I would ask her directly, but I wouldn't want to give away to the others the fact that we are Lasathi. Found you a way to send messages in private, have you? Bruce asks us after seeing us both use the same type of devices at the same time. Well, I hope you've said what you needed, because the show's almost about to start. You actually made a weird horror game? Oh, that's really cool. That's super cool. Was it text-based like this? Shortly after Bruce is talking... Oh. What's it on? Is it available? Like, I don't know. I don't know if that was just for that one specific streamer. Shortly after Bruce is done talking, we hear the sound of a second horn, now signaling the actual beginning of the event. The few spectators who came in late are now hurrying as fast as they can towards their seats, as the announcer is doing a few tests to make sure that his voice magnifier is working properly. Soon, The constant murmur that could be heard throughout the arena slowly dies out, and the announcer takes a deep breath, preparing to officially announce the beginning of the arena event. "Welcome," the announcer says. "Welcome to all. I don't think that there is any reason for me to make a lengthy introduction this time around. You all know why you're here. You came here because you were promised the event of the century, and we plan to deliver on that promise. Now, if it's all right with everyone, I would like to begin by announcing the rules." The announcer waits a few moments in order to make sure that there are no objections, and then he continues to read from his notepad. "By the request of the arena owner himself, Mr. Vinard," the announcer says, "today's event will follow the traditional rules which had been used by his father before him and by the Lasathi of old, before the still winter. As most of you already know, this also means that if a gladiator breaks one of the rules, they will not be disqualified from participating any further, and they will become an undesirable. By becoming an undesirable, a gladiator will be forced to participate in an additional round after the official event begins, the gladiator will be forced to participate in an additional round after the official event ends, where they will need to fight all of the other remaining gladiators at once in one final battle. Any gladiator who manages to give the finishing blow to an undesirable will get rewarded with either his freedom or a large sum of money, depending on their status in this arena. Other gladiators can, of course, refuse to participate in this final round, and undesirables can also choose to no longer participate in the regular rounds once they have been pegged as rule breakers." The announcer coughs loudly, and he flips the page of his notepad. "Of course," the announcer continues, "this does not mean that gladiators will now be exempt from following the general rules of the arena. If a gladiator is caught using magic, if they try to kill their teammates, or if they attack any of the spectators, they will be executed on the spot. The undesirable rule only applies for the rules of the actual event. Moving on, the traditional rules of the arena state that the arena events must be divided into exactly 3 rounds. The first round, as I'm sure you've already been told, will be fought against a variety of mythical creatures that have never been used before in this arena. We do have a surprise for the second round, however. For this special occasion, instead of our reigning champion, I think you will be happy to learn that the warrior who will be joining us is none other than the relentless mercenary Velgos." There's a loud murmur in the crowd when they hear the name Velgos. From what I can tell, they seem to be excited about the prospect of watching him fight. "In the third round," the announcer says, "the gladiators that survive the first 2 rounds will need to fight in a series of duels to decide who will be the victors of this fight. Some of the duels will have to be fought to the death, while others will be fought only until one of the fighters surrenders. The exact duels will be decided after the end of round 2, when we know exactly which of the fighters have survived. Now that we got all of the introductions out of the way, I believe it is finally time to get this event started. Is everybody ready?" The crowd bursts into loud cheers for a few seconds, and the announcer now raises his voice in order to drown out all of the loud noises. "Then I will keep you waiting no longer," the announcer says. "Let the event of the century commence." One of the iron gates from the lower level of the amphitheater is now slowly getting raised, while the crowds keep cheering as loud as they can. For the first round, the announcer says, divisions of fighters will be entering the arena one by one in order of their division's number. Let us give a warm round of applause to this event's first division. Oh, there's the stretch. I'm sorry. There's a mixed sound of applause and shouts coming from the spectator seats as the gladiators from the first division make their way out of the gates and towards the center of the arena. I do not recognize any of the warriors in this division, but judging by the continued cheers of the crowd, I'd say that most of the spectators have seen them perform at least once before. Some of the gladiators seem to be a little bit too confident. Former victors, perhaps? Either way, they'd better get their act together, and quick. From what Bruce said on my first day here, the events until now could not even begin to compare with what's coming. A large iron gate on the opposite side of the arena makes a loud creaking noise as it opens. From beyond the gate, a lion with black wings, red eyes, 2 horns on its head, and a scorpion's tail is making its way into the fighting arena. The manticore wastes no time, and it soars directly into the sky. 2 more manticores follow its lead, and they all start circling the skies above the arena, watching their prey intently. Seeing the beasts leave the fighting area with such ease, some of the spectators in the crowd are beginning to show some signs of uneasiness. Do not worry, the announcer says, trying to calm down the crowd. These beasts have been well trained. They would not dare to lay their claws on anyone other than the gladiators in the arena. Several giant scorpions are now also joining the arena, coming from beyond the same gate that the manticores entered from. They are slowly advancing towards the warriors in a straight line without any attempt to surround them. It's a good thing that I heard the guards talking about scorpions when I was in my cell. I've had all the time in the world to prepare against them, and I've also told Layla all of the information she needs to know about them. At least as far as the giant scorpions are concerned, we shouldn't have any... Hey, wait a minute. Those aren't giant scorpions. Those aren't giant scorpions at all. Those are desert marauders. Damn those idiot guards. Could they not tell the difference? Okay, calm down. Desert marauders are pretty much just giant scorpions with smaller heads. They should have more or less the same behaviors, but do they also have the same weaknesses? I think they do, but I'm not completely certain. If only I had my notebook with me now. Should I go and get it? If they're going by order of the division number, then there should still be plenty of time until it's our turn to enter the arena. But if I leave now, I'm going to miss the fights. If I'm going to fight against these creatures, observing them in action may be crucial to my survival. Hold on, I have another choice. I could send Layla to go read my notebook and rip the pages I need out of it, so she can bring them back to me. But would she be able to find the pages? I did make a page index at the beginning, but people have had trouble understanding my ugly handwriting in the past. I can't just tell her to bring me the notebook, because then she might not have time to return it to my backpack before before our round begins. Either way, I don't have much time. I'm going to need to decide what I want to do. Stay here and watch the fights, go read the notebooks, and Layla to bring me the notebook pages. Someone wants to weigh in here, now's your chance. I don't know if we're able to get this one or not. If we are... I think we would want to do this one. But I'm not sure if, since this option's here, I'm not sure if we're able to get this, but if we are able to get this achievement, we need to pick this one. But I'm not sure if it's even available for this playthrough because of choices we've made in the past. Sorry that I told you that instead of taking the option away from you. Achievement unlocked, a calculate. Okay, cool, we got it, yeah. So yay, we got it. Forget the notebook. For all I know, they might not even use the Marauders for our division, and I'd just be wasting time. The Marauders are now getting closer and closer to the Gladiators, while the Manticores are still flying in circles, waiting for the best opportunity to strike. The warriors seem to be rather well organized, and they're not letting the monsters intimidate them. On their leader's signal, 3 of the men jump to attack the leftmost monster, while the rest of the Gladiators try to distract the others. One of the warriors remains calm. One of the warriors remains behind, and he watches the Manticores attentively. He must have been tasked to observe the battlefield so that he can warn his teammates if the situation changes. The scorpion-like creatures are at least 5 times bigger than the Gladiators, and they could probably crush any single one of them in their giant claws. The warriors seem to be experienced in battle, however, and they manage to remain unharmed by anticipating the Marauders' movements, and by covering for each other in their times of need. The group from the left in particular seems to be doing surprisingly well. They've managed to weaken the creature with a few well-timed strikes, and they're already moving in for the kill. The most agile of the 3 jumps on the creature's back, and he stabs it fiercely in the back of its head. The marauder screams in pain, and it tries to attack the warrior with its tail, but the gladiator jumps off, while the other 2 make a rush for it and stab the monster in both of its eyes with their swords at the same time. The crowd bursts into loud cheers and shouts as the scorpion-like creature falls to the ground. The 3 warriors raise their swords for a few seconds to signal their victory to the spectators, and then they head towards the other marauders in order to help their teammates. Fall back! We hear the desperate shout of the gladiator who is observing the battlefield. Fall back! Now! The gladiators look up, but they have no time to react. It takes only a few seconds for the manticores that have been circling the skies all this time to dive down and to sink their claws into the warrior's chest, and then to soar back into the air, carrying their prey. The screams of the gladiators silence the crowd completely as the beasts fly higher and higher. Two of the gladiators dropped their swords from the pain immediately after being attacked, but one of them managed to keep a hold of the weapon, and he's now using it to stab his attacker in the underbelly. The manticore screams, and it drops the warrior, falls to the ground, and crushes his head against the hard soil. the other two gladiators are raised a bit higher by their attackers, but then they also get dropped to the ground and they die on impact. The remaining warriors are now starting to panic. Their leader was among the ones who died. Having lost the person who was giving them directions, the gladiators began to break their formation, and the marauders take advantage of this by grabbing one of the warriors with their claws, while the other marauder impales him with its tail. As if all of this wasn't enough, 2 more manticores are just now entering the fighting arena from behind the gate, and they're running fast towards the surviving gladiators. The observer gets killed first. He didn't seem to be very skilled in combat, and he got mauled in an instant. The other gladiators did not last much longer. The desert marauders and the manticores finally joined forces against them, and they couldn't stand a chance. At the end of the fight, the arena falls completely silent except for the sounds of the manticores feasting greedily from the carcasses of their hard-earned prey. By the gods, Bruce says as he watches the battlefield's aftermath in horror from beyond our iron grating. It appears that not even our reigning champions could defeat these fearsome beasts, the announcer says. This does not look good for the following divisions. Is this event going to end in a bloodbath? The iron gate for the 2nd Division is now getting raised. However, nobody seems to be coming out. After about 10 seconds of silence, we hear a scream coming from the direction. "I'm not going out there!" the man screams at the top of his lungs. If you want to kill me, then kill me now. You saw what happened to those gladiators? We don't stand a chance. You're going to march out there and fight, another man's voice says, or you'll be getting a death far worse than being eaten alive by a manticore. No, please, have mercy, the other man shouts. The discussion between what I presume is a gladiator and the 2nd Division, a gladiator from the 2nd Division and a guard from the arena, is getting a lot of reactions from the spectators. Some of them seem to be getting scared, and others are fidgeting around nervously in their seats. We seem to be experiencing some technical difficulties, the announcer says. There's no need to be alarmed. I'm certain that our guards will get the show up and running in... The announcer stops mid-sentence as a single dwarf steps out from the division's gate, carrying a bottle in his hands and walking at a relaxed pace towards the desert marauders. Both the crowd and the announcer fall completely silent as they watch Hadrick walk calmly, and then stop in the middle of the arena in order to chug down the last of the contents of his bottle. "Ah," Hadrick claims, "there's nothing like a fine bottle of dwarven ale to raise your appetite before a battle." He then starts turning his head around as if he were looking for something. "Say, you wouldn't happen to have something that I could throw this empty bottle away in, would you?" he shouts towards the announcer as he shows him the empty bottle in his hand. The announcer watches him with a puzzled expression on his face without saying anything. "You know, like a trash can or a paper bag or something so I don't make a mess," Hadrick says. The announcer and the crowd watch the dwarf silently, unable to decide whether he is being serious or not. Oops. Unable to decide whether he's being serious or not. While Hadrick is talking, one of the scorpion-like creatures was slowly creeping up behind him and aiming to attack him with its claws. "You know what? Never mind," Hadrick says. I'll just use this as an improvised weapon instead. He then immediately turns around and clobbers the desert marauder in the head with his bottle, which breaks into shards of glass that stab the creature in its eyes. The monster starts screaming in pain as Hadrick makes a quick jump, landing with his fist on top of the marauder and smashing it against the ground, causing a loud shockwave, while also forming a small crater below the creature due to the force of the impact. One of the manticores that was still up in the sky quickly dives down to grab Hadrick with its claws, but the dwarf steps away at the exact moment when the monster reaches him, and he grabs it by the tail. He then spins it around for about 4 seconds, building momentum, and then he throws it at the wall far away from him with all of its might, causing the beast to smash right through it with a loud booming noise. The crowd and the announcer are both speechless. They are looking at the dwarf with bemused expressions on their faces, not knowing how to react. Oh, you don't need to worry about that wall, Hadrick says, thinking that his reckless behavior is the reason for everyone's silence. I checked that area out before the battle, and there's nothing but an empty storage on that side, so there's no danger of anyone getting hurt. A loud roar of cheering noises drowns out the rest of Hadrick's words as the spectators finally regain their previous vigor and start shouting and clapping like never before. See, now that's more I like it, Hadrick shouts with a wide grin as he sees the people cheering. This is what the arena is all about. You all better hang on to your seats because the fun is just starting. He then runs towards another marauder and he headbutts it so fiercely that it drops to the ground in an instant. Release the second wave, the announcer shouts as a few more desert marauders come out of the large iron gates that had been opened previously. Making their way from behind the marauders, a new species of creatures is now entering the fighting area. The creatures look to be like larger versions of porcupines, but from what I understand, they should not be related to them in any way besides their looks. Unlike regular porcupines, the quills on their backs are deadly weapons, and they are sharp and durable enough to give elven steel a run for its money. The creatures have the ability to launch their quills as projectiles, with very high accuracy and speed. Due to their high regeneration rate, they also have the ability to regrow their quills almost instantly. This provides them with a near unlimited stock of ammunition to use against their foes. Their appearance and their behavior have led people to call these creatures archer porcupines. A few of the porcupines that have positioned themselves several dozen feet behind Hadrick are now turning their backs towards him, getting ready to attack. Hadrick is still fighting the marauders, and he doesn't seem to have noticed the porcupines. Should I shout a warning to him? I wouldn't want to distract him in the middle of his battle, but if those porcupines manage to aim their shots right, he might be in trouble. Warn him, don't warn him. Up to you guys. I'll give y'all about a minute. By the way, you hope that I'm having fun playing video games too? I do enjoy playing video games, otherwise I wouldn't do it. But thank you. Okay, so I see 2 people said don't warn him and 1 person said warn him, so we're gonna go with the majority. I shouldn't interrupt his fight. He knows what he's doing. While Hadrick sends the last of the marauders crashing to the ground, 3 of the archer porcupines aim their shots towards him, and 6 of their sharp quills stick themselves into the dwarf's back. Huh, Hadrick says, with the tone of a man who's just been bitten by a mosquito. He then takes all of the quills out one by one with his hands, and he throws them to the ground. The quills seem to have barely gotten through his skin, and there's hardly any blood coming out of the wounds. I don't know why I'm surprised. If regular unenchanted elven steel is not sharp enough to pass through a giant's skin, then why would it be any different for porcupine quills? Hadrick does not give the archer porcupines the chance to aim their second shot, as he dashes towards them and then pummels them repeatedly with his fists until they are either dead or unable to move. The manticores have all abandoned their meals when Hadrick started his rampage, and they're now back circling the skies, trying to find the right time to strike. One of the braver manticores dives down quickly in an attempt to surprise the dwarf, but when it sees him react, the monster quickly soars back up into the sky and out of his reach. Damn it, Hadrick says. Come back here, you coward! Come back here and fight! Hey, dwarf, I hear Araka's voice coming from the crowd. Why don't you try singing them a lullaby? Maybe they'll get sleepy and come back down. We've decided that my fake laughter is better that way. Following the sound of Araka's voice, I managed to identify Flower in the crowd of spectators. The people around her all have their heads turned towards her and are watching her curiously. They must think that the amulet around her neck is some new type of transceiver. Shut up, you blasted old hag, Hadrick shouts back at her. When I get out of here, I swear I'm going to double your spinning sessions. Yeah, I've got a better idea, Araka says. How about you stop wasting everyone's time and get back to fighting? Do you have any idea how much this ticket cost? I can't fight them, you moron, Hadrick shouts, exasperated. I'm not allowed to use ranged weapons in this arena. Then throw some spears, Araka shouts. Do I really have to tell you everything? You've got spears mounted on the walls. Use them. Now that Araka mentions it, I see that there are indeed spears and various other weapons mounted on the walls of the arena. They must have been placed there to give people who didn't have any weapons when they got captured an equal chance in the fighting event. Hadrick mumbles something under his breath, and he goes to get one of the spears. He then tosses it at one of the manticores, and the spear lodges itself into its chest, causing blood to spray out, while the creature falls towards the ground. Before the creature reaches the soil, the dwarf grabs 2 more spears, and he throws them in quick succession towards two of the other manticores, killing them as well. Hearing check successful level 3. The last remaining manticore decides to take to the skies. The last remaining manticore decides that the skies are no longer safe, so it quickly dives down towards Hadrick to end the fight with one big final clash. Hadrick does not wait for the creature to reach him, and he makes a jump, grabbing it from the air and doing a spinning drop, crushing the beast's head into the ground. He did it. The crazy bastard really did it. He took both waves of monster down all by himself, and he barely even got scratched. The crowds are now cheering louder than ever before. Hadrick's teammates, who had been hiding this whole time, came running towards the dwarf, and they raised him into the air while chanting his name repeatedly. Hadrick! 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 They keep saying, while the crowds are all cheering. Don't think you're getting off that easy, you cowardly dogs, Hadrick says with a grin, while his teammates are throwing him up and down. When we get out of here, you are going to buy me a year's worth of drinks. What is the meaning of this? We hear the ambassador of Allendor's shout from above. Ambassador, says Vennard, the owner of the arena. I see that you've decided to join us after all. Would you like some wine? The two of them seem to be talking from a private room above our division's arena. It doesn't appear like any of my teammates are able to hear them. Why is the dwarf here? The ambassador says. He wasn't supposed to be there. He is going to ruin everything. Calm down, Ambassador, Vennard says. The dwarf came here with a letter of admission signed by the king himself. We couldn't just turn him down. Just because you couldn't turn him down, the ambassador says, it doesn't mean that you have to let him make a mockery of your entire arena. But he hasn't done that, Ambassador, the owner says. Quite the contrary, in fact. He has provided us with a spectacle that this arena has not seen for ages, and the crowds love it. The show has only just started, and it's already exceeded all of my expectations. I don't care about your expectations, the ambassador shouts. I want him out. Do you understand? I do not want him to set foot in that arena ever again. Vennard says. Truth be told, I also think that allowing the dwarf to wreak havoc any longer than he already has would make the show too predictable and boring. Very well, Ambassador. I will speak with the staff in charge of arranging the fights to make some modifications to the schedule. You will not be seeing him again. After they've finished their discussion, the room above falls silent again. Meanwhile, on the outside, the crowds have still not stopped cheering since the end of the previous fight. It takes another minute for the cheering to finally die down, and for Hadrick and the others to step off the stage so that the next division can enter the fighting area. The gate to the third division is now opening. The first one to come out is none other than Darren. His teammates also follow him after a short period of time, but they are looking a bit apprehensive. For your information, the announcer says, the man with the scar who has just entered the arena is known as Darren, the Healer in Armor. He is a well-known hero from outside of Varathia, who has traveled the world and saved countless lives throughout the years. You may have heard of him from the various newspapers in the past. Today, he will be participating in our arena event as our special guest. Let us have a warm round of applause for the hero, Darren! All of the spectators begin clapping as Darren and his teammates get closer to the center of the arena and ready their weapons. Okay, listen up, Bruce tells us while the gladiators are still beginning to fight. After watching the two fights from before, I think that we need to change our battle strategy. Have you gone daft? The disinherited noble thug says. Why would we change our battle tactics a few minutes before the battle? Because the way we are now, we're going to lose, Bruce says. We don't have any teamwork. We should try being more like the gladiators in the first division. You saw how well they work together. The gladiators from the first division are all dead, the mage says. Damn it, you know what I mean, Bruce says. I'm talking about assigning roles to everyone. You all saw how they operated. One guy had the leader, one guy was staying behind. One guy was the leader, another one was staying behind to warn them all of the danger. Some of them were decoys, the others were the main fighters. If we did that too, we'd be a lot more organized. I think that's a good idea. That sounds like a terrible idea. Considering we're not a team player, that's a goal, the achievement we're going for, I feel like this one's better, but I don't think it actually matters too much, so up to y'all. Y'all have about a minute. Okay. That sounds like a terrible idea, I say. This type of strategy may have worked for those guys because they already knew each other and had fought together before. The 7 of us, on the other hand, refused to talk to each other for 3 days straight, until we were forced to do it by the owner. It's not going to work. We can't know until we try, Bruce says. And who exactly is going to... And who exactly... what was the voice I did for the thug? And who exactly is going to be our leader? The disinherited thug asks Bruce. You don't even make me laugh. I'd rather get eaten by a manticore than have to listen to any of your orders. I never said I would be the leader, Bruce says. We can vote on who gets to be the leader. Forget it, the mage says. I don't care who the leader is. I'm not leaving my survival in the hands of a person I barely even know. It's not going to happen. While Bruce and the others were fighting, the third division's first round was getting ready to start. Release the tramplers, the announcer says. Several creatures that look like a crossbreed between a bull and a rhinoceros are now slowly entering the fighting area. Each trampler has 2 horns on its forehead, 1 horn on its snout, and a tail that looks like a spiked mace attached to the end. I've also read that their skin is so tough that they may as well be wearing full plate armor. As their name suggests, tramplers will usually engage in battle by rushing towards their opponents and attempting to trample them to their deaths. Sure enough, the tramplers do not wait for long, and they start rushing towards the gladiators at full speed. If you want to live, stay behind me, Darren tells the other gladiators. Darren's teammates are looking terrified. It only takes them a few seconds of watching the beasts get closer and closer for them to completely forget Darren's warning and start running for their lives. Darren lets out a deep sigh as he continues to stand his ground with his sword at the ready. As soon as one of the tramplers comes within reach of his blade, he steps to the side, he cuts off the beast's head in one single motion, causing the trampler's head to fall off the causing the trampler's headless body to fall to the ground and to keep sliding forward on its belly for a few more feet until its momentum is finally gone. "Gods be damned!" I hear Bruce shout behind me. "Why won't you listen to me? We're not going to stand a chance in the arena if we don't get our act together." "You don't need to be so negative, Bruce," Wilhelm says with a calm tone. "I'm sure that we'll handle ourselves one way or another. The important thing is that we had that discussion yesterday about the creature's weaknesses. As long as survival is the primary goal in all of our minds, we'll surely put that information to the best of uses." The tramplers have finished their first tour of the arena and are now coming back towards Darren for a second round. Some of his teammates have managed to evade the stampede, but 2 of them were not so lucky, and they got trampled to death before they could get out of harm's way. Darren waits patiently until the last moment yet again, and then he runs his blade through the side of the creature, slicing it in half. The crowds are going wild once more. Seeing that the first wave of beasts is already being dealt with, the announcer signals the beginning of the second wave. 3 giant cobras are now making their way towards Darren, while the tramplers decide to try chasing some of the easier prey. The cobras are both taller and wider than Darren, but their size is not the only dangerous thing about them. By the looks of the black spots on their necks, I'm almost certain that these are in fact acid-spitting cobras, not regular ones. Acid that comes from cobras is not as strong as acid from mage spells, but it's definitely not something to be sneezed at. While it may not significantly damage weapons and armor that have been sufficiently enchanted, the acid from a cobra can still burn through most regular metals in a matter of minutes, and can burn through human flesh in a matter of seconds. Being now faced with ranged attackers, Darren decides that it is no longer safe to maintain his position, and he switches to the offensive, advancing slowly with his shield in front. Darren gradually closes the gap between himself and the cobras until he gets near enough to be able to make a dash attack. The cobras have been spitting at him all this time, but judging by the impact it's had on Darren's shield, they may as well have been spraying water. Darren makes a dash towards one of the cobras, and he slices its head off in one strike. But before the other 2 get to attack him, he bashes it with his shield while stabbing the other through the mouth with his sword. He then makes sure that the 3rd cobra is still dizzy, and he finishes it off as well with one well-timed slash of his blade. While Darren was busy with the cobras, the other gladiators had somehow managed to bring down one of the tramplers by themselves. Seeing that the other tramplers are not planning to attack him anymore, Darren decides to go help the others kill off the remaining creatures. "If none of you are going to listen to reason, then I'll fight on my own," Bruce shouts again, this time louder than before. "I don't plan on getting killed to save your sorry behinds." "I very much doubt that anyone was counting on your help to begin with," Wilhelm says. "Now, could you please keep quiet? Our battle will begin shortly, and I would like to concentrate." "Great. Our fight didn't even start yet, and our team is already falling apart. I knew from the beginning that these people couldn't be trusted." There is now a very loud burst of cheering coming from the outside. It appears that Darren and the other surviving gladiators have finally defeated all of the creatures. The announcer is signaling them to leave the fighting area now that the show can proceed. As Darren and the others are getting ready to leave, a man dressed in a dark blue robe with a hood on his head comes from behind me. and he joins my side by the iron grating. Who are you? I ask him, even though I can probably already guess the answer. I am a last-minute addition to your division, the man says. I have been sent here to solve your troubles. The man is carrying 2 scythes in his hand that both have sapphires encrusted into their hilts. You were sent by the Lasathi? I ask him in a low voice in order to make sure that none of the others hear me. What were they thinking? Don't tell me you plan to fight all the monsters by yourself. I will uphold your end of the bargain, the Lasathi says. Make sure that you uphold yours when the time comes. Yes, I say. Yes, of course. The Lasathi readies his scythes, and he waits for us to be granted access to the arena. Once Darren and the others are out of the fighting area, the iron grating in front of us finally begins to get raised. We make our way towards the center of the arena, like the divisions before us. The game title should be changed. What the frick? It was, for me it was reading ASMR. Thank you, Teddy. I don't know why it didn't update. Huh. Weird. No, I just changed it. Thank you. And, Phoenix. Yes, Araka is for sure one of my favorite characters. I love Araka so much. Thank you, Zebrafinch. It's okay. I thought that I changed it. I mean, for me it was saying that I had already changed it, but you were right. Weird. This is the longest first Magium stream I've done in quite some time, and the longest one I've done in even longer. According to the recording, I've been reading for about over 2 hours now. Yeah, since about then. Thank you. It's very big. The Lasathi readies his scythes as he waits for us to be granted access to the arena. Once Darren and the others are out of the fighting area, the iron grating in front of us finally begins to get raised. We make our way towards the center of the arena, like all the divisions before us. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the 4th division, the announcer says. The crowd watches us in complete silence as we make our way past all the animal carcasses in order to reach our destination. It's clear that they do not recognize anyone from our division. They're probably already thinking that we're going to get butchered, like that 1st division from earlier. I hope we won't end up proving them right. I'm gonna save here. Okay. So I think that there are 2 that we can get from this fight. Not a team player, which we've already done our best. I think that we'll be able to get not a team player, but I'm not actually sure. And I'm pretty sure that we can also get Trampler Slayer. Oh, I think we already got Trampler Slayer, so I think we can get Spear Thrower. Okay. We already got that one. Okay. Kill a manticore. So spear thrower, kill a manticore in mid-flight by throwing a spear at it. Main menu. Return to game. Ah! Wait, who are you and what are you doing here? Bruce says as he finally notices the Lysathi in the dark blue robe. Lucius Greystone, hello, welcome in. How are you today? I am a last-minute addition to your division, the Lysathi says. I just got captured this morning. Huh, Bruce says. Well, tough luck then. I hope you're good at fighting because it's going to be a rough ride. I will manage, the Lysathi says. We hear a lion's roar coming from beyond the gates leading to the creature's den. 2 manticores walk out of the den and then they immediately soar into the sky, just like the ones that fought in the First Division. Coming from behind them, 3 desert marauders are now making their way into the fighting area as well. But those 2 aren't the only beasts that are coming our way. I don't think I've played Mass Effect. What type of game is it? But those 2 aren't the only beasts that are coming our way. 2 giant acid-spitting cobras are now also slithering their way out of the den, and if my ears are not failing me, I think I can also hear the sounds of a few tramplers getting ready to charge towards us. For this fight, we are going to try something a little different, the announcer says. The members of the 4th Division will have to fight not 2, not 3, but 4 different types of our strongest creatures, and they'll have to kill them all if they want to advance to the next round. This change in our schedule was a personal request from our esteemed arena owner, Mr. Vennard. That bastard! Is this his way of telling me that in order to make it out of here alive, I'll need to outperform both Hadrick and Darren? You have got to be kidding me. Sweet dreams, Blue Pirate. Thank you for joining. Thanks for hanging out. Just make sure that you all follow my orders and everything will be alright, Bruce says. I knew it, the ex-noble thug says. I knew that you would start playing leader as soon as we got into the arena. I knew that I already told you nobody is going to listen to you. So you can take your orders and shove them up your arse. Is this really the time and place to be having this argument? Actually, I think that Bruce would do just fine as a leader. I completely agree. I should be the one to lead the team, not Bruce. It's up to y'all. I'm not actually sure, and I don't know if it matters. So, if anyone has a preference here, now is your chance. Otherwise, I will make a decision in about a minute. This is so cool. Oh, Phoenix, is this your first time? Is this your first time being here for Magium? I haven't done it in quite some time, and I normally do it pretty late. Third or fourth time? But you're still just impressed with how cool it is? I'm glad. I'm glad you enjoy it here. Guys. How many books are in the season? He finished the 3rd book earlier this year. He has 5 books planned, plus some spin-offs and side stories. So, he writes it all himself, then codes it all himself for both Android and iOS, which those are 2 different coding languages, so crazy impressive. Edits it all himself. So much respect for the author. Every single chapter takes longer for him to write. He also went through some mental health stuff during COVID. But every single chapter takes him longer to write because the story keeps branching. So, at this point, he doesn't, like, I'm expecting the next one will be out in a couple months. I'm looking forward to it. I'm very excited for the 4th book. Dude, you have no idea. The 4th book, or the 3rd book, ended. Oh my gosh, it was such. Oh, there was such like an intense twist. Dude, it was so good. Okay, 2nd one. Actually, I think Bruce would do just fine as a leader. Oh, you think so, do you? The thug says. Well, why don't you 2 go fight those creatures together then? Maybe you'll at least provide us with a decent distraction. Or maybe you could shut the hell up and... I stopped talking mid-sentence because the blue-robed Lasathi suddenly makes a run towards the creatures all by himself with his scythes at the ready. That crazy fool, Bruce says. Does he have a death wish? The cobras see the Lasathi, and they both spit in his direction. The Lasathi dodges the spray of acid, and he moves to stab one of the cobras with his scythes. As soon as he stabs it, the giant snake falls on the ground unconscious, and he also stabs the 2nd cobra in the same manner, sending it falling to the ground almost as quickly as the first one. One of the manticores sees this as an opportunity to attack, so it dives down with great speed in an attempt to grab the Lasathi in its claws. The Lasathi, however, was expecting this to happen, so he waits for the manticore to reach down to his level, and then he impales it with both of his scythes, causing the creature to tremble and scream for a few seconds, and then fall lifeless as it hits the... Then it falls silent as it hits the ground, lifeless. This guy might get in the way of us getting the achievement. I forgot that he would be here because I've never done this version before. I think he's gonna ruin us getting at least the first achievement. The Lasathi does not wait for the tramplers to begin their charge, and he chooses to engage them in close quarters in order to limit their mobility. The desert marauders are now joining him in battle, and it looks like they're aiming to surround him. To make matters worse, the Manticore decides to join the fight as well, and it dives down towards the Lasathi, closing off his last remaining escape route. "Get out of there!" Bruce shouts at him. "Get out now!" The Lasathi shows no sign of having heard Bruce. Instead, he waits for the last possible moment when the Marauders and the Tramplers and the Manticore are all within a few feet of his position, and then he thrusts both of his scythes fiercely into the ground. Almost immediately afterwards, we see a powerful electric shock wave cover the whole area around him, and the creatures that were about to attack him only a second ago are all now dropping like flies to the ground. Electricity! So that's what he was using. The crowds are definitely not liking what they just saw. Several spectators have started booing loudly, and more of them are beginning to join the chorus as the booing sound is slowly intensifying. I suddenly realized that Wilhelm is no longer by our side. When did he leave? The fight's only just ended. Wait a minute. Didn't Bruce tell me that Wilhelm was an assassin? I really have a bad feeling about this, and I quickly turn around. As I feared, Wilhelm was right there behind me, holding his orange-hilted dagger in both of his hands, looking as if he'd just been seconds away from delivering a finishing blow. "What are you doing, Wilhelm?" I tell him. Wilhelm seems almost frozen. He keeps holding on to his dagger with both of his hands as if he were about to attack me. But now that I'm facing him directly, all of his assassin instincts must be telling him to retreat instead. "Wilhelm, put that weapon away before you hurt yourself," I tell him. Wilhelm is sweating hard. He stands there looking at me for a few seconds. Then he suddenly sheathes his dagger and leaves towards our division area without saying a single word. Good riddance. I hope he'll think twice before trying that again. Yeah, dude. This dude showing up screwed us over for getting the achievement. Damn it. "Ladies and gentlemen," the announcer says in an attempt to stop the crowd that will not stop booing, "I assure you that I am just as perplexed by this turn of events as the rest of you. I fully realize what this looks like, but we cannot confirm that our rules have been broken until we conduct a thorough investigation in order to understand why our magical detectors were not set off. Until then, this mysterious participant will remain in our custody. Thank you for your understanding." "Well," Bruce says, "I guess the first round is over, then let's go back." As we all head back, we run into the owner of the arena, who is waiting for us at the entrance of our division's area. "May I have an explanation for all of this?" the owner says, looking straight at the Lasathi. "Who told you that you could come in here and interfere with this arena event?" "You know very well who did," the Lasathi says, "and you'd do well to step aside and let me pass if you know what's good for you." "How did you manage to fool the magic detectors?" the owner said. "Did you forget who provided you with those magical detectors in the first place?" the Lasathi says. "I only had to make a few small tweaks prior to the event in order to get those devices to ignore electricity." "You are not to interfere in this event any longer. Do you understand?" the owner says furiously. "I want you out of here right this instant." "Are you sure?" the Lasathi asks him with a menacing tone. "Get out!" the owner tells him. "Very well," the Lasathi says. "Then you will not be seeing me again. You should, however, expect to see some of my associates in the next few days. And when you do, you should be ready to face the consequences for your actions today." The Lasathi leaves without another word, and the owner goes back to his room shortly afterwards. The 6 of us then re-enter our division area, and the iron gate closes itself behind us. After taking a good look throughout the room, it would seem that Wilhelm is nowhere to be found. "Where do you suppose Wilbert went?" Bruce says. "Nobody cares," the ex-noble thug says. "There's plenty of time left until the next round. He'll probably come back until then." The announcer says all of a sudden, "It appears that we need to take a small break in order to do a little inventory for our remaining creatures. Please remain patient. This shouldn't take long." "Ha," Bruce says. They're already running out of creatures. I bet they weren't expecting so many of them to be taken out in the first rounds." "What? Was that all? I was hoping to see a more impressive collection of creatures. I don't think they're done, and we haven't seen any griffins yet. Or maybe they're only done with the small fry and the show is just beginning." If anyone has a preference here, now is your chance. Otherwise, I'm probably gonna go with this one. The other two let the rest of our team know that we've been an asshole, but that doesn't really matter. You know what? Actually, now that I'm looking at the time, I should probably end. Yeah, I think I'm gonna end here. I'm gonna save. Yeah, sorry. I didn't realize how late it'd gotten. Also, my throat is dying. The recording is just reaching 2 hours and 30 minutes. Save B2C4. Dude? Okay. Transfer achievements to cloud. Transfer. Oops. Okay, I'm gonna end the recording now. Thank you everyone for watching if you are watching this on YouTube. Okay, so for everyone else that is still here, thank you, Phoenix, I appreciate it. Usually I don't raid out when I do Magium because I know that there are people who are sleeping and relaxed and stressed. So, we can either raid another ASMR channel, or we could just end here. Or there's an animal sanctuary that I've raided a couple times. Maybe we could always check them out. Animal sanctuary livestream. Alright, then I'm probably just gonna end here. I like raiding out, but I feel like it's kind of weird to raid out when, yeah. Oh well. Anyways, my next streaming day should be on Wednesday. I will be playing, what will I be playing? I'm probably gonna be playing more Tormented Souls. Thank you everyone so much for being here. I hope you have a really lovely rest of your day or night or whatever it is, wherever you are. I hope you have a good week, and I will see you Wednesday, depending on mental health and life and busyness and everything. So, bye everyone. Thank you. I really appreciate you guys. Fanfaxium, hello. Goodbye. Bye.